Good morning, everyone. Just want to quickly check in with Mr. Loffer in the coastal hearing room to ensure that we're ready to go.
We are good to go, Chair SWRCB. We have, I believe, all the board members on, and we are streaming live on YouTube and the Cali PA streaming service.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, November 17th. It is 9 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Tam Dodak. Joining us today as well as staff are our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, Michael Loffer, our Chief Deputy, our Chief Counsel, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. As you can all see, today's meeting is being webcast and recorded. In order to comply with the Governor's COVID-19 guidelines and his executive orders, rather, we don't have a physical meeting room today. Instead, we're here on the Zoom platform. You're joining us either of two ways. You're watching us streaming on the Cali PA stream or on the YouTube stream. If you are planning on commenting on any of today's items, which can be found on our website at our agenda, which is linked there on the homepage. But if you plan on commenting on any of those items, you should be here on the platform with us. If you have not already done so, there are instructions to get on the platform here at the top of today's agenda, or you can send an email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and Janine will help you get here and participate with us. We'll start today, as we traditionally do, with public forum. I see here we have three individuals wishing to speak for public forum. It is Frankie Orala, Matthew Steinberg, and Chris Malin. Ms. Malin, I'll flag, I believe you requested 10 minutes for your public comment this morning. I'll have to ask if you can keep it to around 5, just in the interest of time and given today's packed agenda. So with that, I believe we can call up Frankie Orala first. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members and staff. My name is Frankie Orala, and I'm the English Outreach Program Manager at Gila Bay. I'm here today to highlight an issue that I'm sure you are already aware of due to the recent reporting of by the LA Times, namely the revelation of the hundreds of thousands of tons of DDT were dumped off the coast of LA over many decades. While the Palo Verde Shelf Superfund site is well known, the news of this additional dumping came as a horrible surprise. The implications of this potentially huge additional amount of DDT are far-reaching and extremely concerning. We were also dismayed to read that a staff member of the LA Regional Water Board knew about this dumping in the 80s, but that information was ignored or lost, and the dumping was not included as part of the settlement that was ultimately reached. Gila Bay has been deeply involved in this issue since the 1980s. In 2001, we established a pilot program to educate pier anglers about the risks of consuming contaminated fish. This pilot program launched in 2003 through the Fish Contamination Education Collaborative, FCC, as part of the EPA's institutional control program. Pier anglers are an especially vulnerable population, as many of them are subsistence anglers, are people of color, and do not speak English as the first language. Over the last 17 years, Gila Bay Angler Outreach Team has educated over 160,000 pier anglers. Gila Bay also actively participated in EPA's PV Shelf Technical Information Exchange Group, along with many agencies, including regional board staff. This group reviewed the science mitigation efforts and options for remediation. Given the large amount of money and time spent on modeling, environmental sampling, and understanding food web dynamic, it is shocking that this huge additional source of DDT was missed. Since the publication of the LA Times article, Gila Bay has reached out to the EPA and we asked them to reconvene the Technical Information Exchange Group, as well as expand and update the participant in this group. We asked the State Water Board to put pressure on EPA to reconvene this group immediately. Due to COVID, many outreach efforts are on hold, and this is especially concerning knowing that vulnerable populations are at possible even greater risk. The FCC also needs to reconvene as soon as possible to resume or rethink outreach efforts. We also asked the State Water Board, how will this discovery affect the current TMDL for DDT in the Santa Monica Bay? What are the next steps to address this potential additional and an accountant or source of DDT? And finally, how can we hold the companies that produce and dump this toxic waste accountable and prevent tragedies like this from happening again? Hill Bay wants to help reduce exposure and see the eventual cleanup of this disaster. What action is the State Water Board able and planning to take to protect people and our water resources? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as well, Mr. Orala. I don't believe we have too much to comment on at this moment. Really appreciate, I've certainly read with great interest the LA Times article, and I think we're all, as board members, looking to follow up with folks in the program and the region, importantly, in this. So really appreciate you coming this morning and flagging, and thank you. Next up, we have Matthew Steinberg.
Okay, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Great, thank you. So thank you again for the opportunity. My name's Matt Steinberg. In July, Bloomingcamp Water System had its hearing with the State Water Resources Control Board. And you were clear at the time, the regulations for very small water systems like ours can be confusing. There's a need to clarify pathways for small systems, that the county should provide Bloomingcamp Water System clear expectations, and there is a need for affordable solutions for very small water systems. You may recall that. Despite my efforts to have a constructive conversation with Stanislaus County about Bloomingcamp Water System, those efforts continue to fail. This despite broad support from multiple local, state, and federal elected officials, 8 local small business owners, over 17 signatories to our petition in your direction. We hope that DER would abide by the state's wishes. County staff have not been in any mood to cooperate. The county seems unimpressed by anything the State Water Resource Control Board had to say. Clarity and specificity remain a mystery. Let me give you some examples. Simple questions remain unanswered, and the county itself provides conflicting input. Is it 1 point of use unit per building or 1 point of use unit per faucet? Which is it? This has significant cost impacts. The county has ignored the EPA affordability criteria. Quote, the county's charge as a local primacy agency for the enforcement of the Safe Drinking Water Act is not to weigh in on these business decisions, Bloomingcamp specific compliance costs, but to ensure that whichever option Bloomingcamp pursues is protective of public health. However, what we would spend is not the question. The EPA, as you know, is the administrator for the Safe Drinking Water Act. The EPA affordability criteria clearly defines affordability criteria for very small water systems like ours. I would expect that the county, as the LPA for the enforcement of the Safe Drinking Water Act, would be familiar with its EPA regulations. Meanwhile, the county, by its own admission, has not dealt with the situation with ours. Since we are in the first of its kind for the county, why are we funding the county's efforts? Why is the county charging us for their engineering fees? The list continues to go on. I'm effectively told to do as the county says without any justification other than it's the regulatory agency. Most recently, I was told, quote, talk to my attorney. That is not particularly helpful given that all we have ever asked for and the State Water Resources Control Board agreed was for a clear set of requirements. The county is either unable or unwilling to have a constructive conversation. To say that I'm extremely frustrated is an understatement. This is the politest description that I can offer with this experience. What's our ask? Help us and other very small water systems like ours get out of the morass by providing a clear pathway to a solution. These problems are not that unique. I thought we had a government of, for, and by the people, but the Gettysburg Address was made a long, long time ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. It's good to see you again. I think at this point, I would just flag for Mr. Polhamus that would like to just have a discussion at some point. It doesn't need to be now, but just to better understand the work that we've been doing to help kind of ease this relationship here. I know there's been a lot of tension with the county.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Mr. Steinberg has received direction from the county. We've worked with the county very closely. We believe it's a very clear direction. Mr. Steinberg needs to hire a qualified engineer to submit something to the county that they can approve. Mr. Steinberg has lots of options for potential treatment that he needs someone to evaluate in his business case so that he can present that. Unfortunately, he is now very late in compliance. He's at risk of having his permit revoked. So I would suggest that we continue that conversation in a productive manner with the county from that standpoint. So it's most unfortunate, but we have been working with the county to try to make sure that they're following the rule. And just to correct one point, he points out this concern about the number of connections. That's kind of irrelevant. He is in a public water system because he serves more than 25 people more than 60 days out of the year. So he's invoked as a public water system for a completely different role. He's confusing another pathway that would be used for a type of community system. So it's unfortunate, but he's been provided those answers and we will continue to try to work with him on that front.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. And Vice Chair.
If I may, and I know this is not before us and, we shouldn't be discussing substantive issues, but I do recall that these issues came up. And so I would just encourage you, Mr. Steinberg, to go back and read the order because, it's a lengthy decision. And I believe that the order does talk through some of these issues. So we just encourage you to take a look at it again.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you again, Mr. Steinberg. With that, we have now for public forum, Chris Malin. And Ms. Malin, you should be invited to, there we are. Good morning.
Hi. Yes, good morning. Great, there's the presentation. So yes, my name's Chris Malin. I'm the executive director of this institute that you see on the screen right now. And I'm going to be speaking on the Napa River. Of late, I'm calling it the Lost River, sadly. Next slide. So we did the historical ecology project with the San Francisco Estuary Institute. And one of our archival pictures is this one. And we know these gentlemen, and they used to fish the Napa River, and fish biologist Patrick Higgins has identified 2 coho there. And of course, coho were extirpated from the Napa River in the 50s due to lack of flows and also water quality. Next picture. The Napa River, so I'm a kayaker and I'm also a scuba diver. And when I came to live in the Napa Valley, I found that it was hard to get to the river. And one of the reasons is that the Napa River is deeply incised. And as a young mother, I didn't understand it because I was raised on rivers and I didn't understand why the banks were so steep and dangerous. So it's hard to get to the Napa River because the Napa River is deeply incised. And when I was a volunteer for Dr. Luna Leopold at UC Berkeley, he explained to me that increased rate of runoff causes the river to downcut and the banks to slough off. And he explained to me that increased rate of runoff comes from hardscape and deforestation. Next slide. We have deforestation in Napa County, mostly due to vineyardization of our forest lands. And there are many thousands of acres. It's a hard number to get a grasp on, but it's upwards of 35,000 acres of deforestation if you count back to the original conversions that started at the turn of the century. Next slide. I am the executive director of this institute, and we began snorkel surveys, total basin-wide snorkel surveys for steelhead in 2000 and 2002, and we continue snorkel surveys on one tributary in the eastern hills called Susquel Creek. And as we were developing our protocols and our strategy for snorkeling, we ran across a lot of dry streams. And Rector Creek is one of them below Rector Dam, but above the dam, it's incredibly beautiful, and there are landlocked trout in there. And you will see this habitat on the slide on the left, and below is below the dam. So completely dewatered below the dam. Next slide. I live on Atlas Peak. I fled from my home in 2017 due to horrific firestorm that came through. This is a picture of Atlas Peak taken by the renowned photographer Lowell Downey. And so there was severe burn in this watershed. And this year we evacuated again due to the lightning complex fire. And I'm on the land. I have a farm. We raise fruits and vegetables, and the soil is extremely dehydrated. It's scary. We're at the point where we're burning the burn. On Atlas Peak, we're burning the past burn of 2017, and we're losing our forests, and it's changing our soil, and it's changing the runoff, and it's changing our watershed and our rivers and our streams. Next slide. Yearly, I've begun doing observations of the Napa River. Last year, I noticed a lot of dry riverbed. This year, it was devastating. And it reminds me of a lot. I feel like it's a lost river. I feel like people can't see it because it's so deeply incised. And then the stretches of dry riverbed are ridiculously horrible this year. So much that where is the river? What happened to it? Where did it go? This is the Yountville Preserve in Yountville, Napa. And this isolated pool here is covered with azolla, so you can't even see the water. Again, a lost river. This is Highway 128 at Napa River. This pool was much bigger last year. While it's an isolated pool, now it's an almost dry riverbed this year. Next slide, please. This is at the headwaters of the Napa River. I talked to the neighbors and they said they have never seen it dry, never. One of the neighbors has been there for 10 years and walks this area regularly. This year, zero water. And Kimball Reservoir has an order by the water board to release. And we're looking into why the river is dry there, because it should be releasing from Kimball Reservoir. Next slide, please. This is just down from Tubbs Lane, maybe 2 miles from the headwaters. We stood in this area because this would have been a deep pool, like 10 feet. And we walked down in there, there was no sign of water. We dug in the soil and it was dry for inches down. So we think it's been dry for weeks, if not months. And this is the main stem of the Napa River and has always had water, according to the neighbors. Next slide, please.
Ms. Malin, I don't mean to interrupt, but unfortunately you've gone a bit over the 5 minutes now. So if you don't mind perhaps wrapping it up a bit for us.
Okay, this is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric data, and it shows the Napa River as negative stage 0.03 out of 193 rivers in California. Next slide, please. This is the end, so thank you. What does a lost river mean? No more water, no access to the river, diminished surface and groundwater, no water for wildlife, plants, and fish, no swimming, fishing, and recreation. With climate changing, a lost river means no clean flowing water for every living thing. A terrible loss of public trust. And I went through the draft strategic work plan, and I was glad to see everything on that. I know it's on the agenda. And I don't know if you can answer this or not, but is it on your website for public comment yet or will be? Can you answer that, or do I have to wait for the item?
I believe, so we won't have we'll have an opportunity for public comment on the item later today. There won't be a formal public comment on the priorities document, but it is on the website and there for everyone to read and then provide comment in person here on our item later today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for the extra seconds. I appreciate it.
Of course, and thank you for your advocacy and joining us this morning. Thank you, Ms. Maitland.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps up our public comment. And again, thank you, and public forum. Thank you for those that spoke to us this morning on items not pending before the board. With that, I think it takes us into our first official item, which is adoption of the previous board meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move for adoption of the minutes.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Dodek,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And with that, the board meeting minutes from the November 4th board meeting is adopted. Next, we'll go to a tranche of a couple items here from our administrative hearings office. And joining us here this morning for item number 2 is Mr. Alan Lilly, our administrative hearings officer, Chief Administrative Hearings Officer. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Lilly.
So good morning, Mr. Esquivel. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I'm here. I'm seeing nods, so thank you. So good morning. I'm Alan Lilly, the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office, and I'm here to present 2 agenda items, and I'll start with agenda item 2. And this concerns a failure of the Pimentel Family Trust to file supplemental statements of water diversion and use for 3 different statements for diversions and use that occurred during 2018. The supplemental statements were due to be filed by July 1 of 2019 and were not filed on time. Following that, and I won't go through all the detail, it is set forth in summary fashion in the agenda item, and then of course in more detail in the proposed order. But the Division of Water Rights did issue an administrative civil liability complaint against the trust. They stated, based on the number of days for failure to file and the penalty of $500 per violation per day, that the maximum potential liability was $162,000 for a total liability. The complaint recommended imposition of $6,000 in administrative civil liability. Included with the complaint was an expedited settlement offer, which, if the respondent had accepted, would have reduced the liability to $1,500 total in return for the respondent waiving its right to a hearing and filing the supplemental statements within 30 days. The respondent did not accept the settlement offer. The respondent made it very clear that she wanted to have a hearing. And so the Administrative Hearings Office did, in fact, hold a hearing on July 8. And then we submitted our proposed order to the clerk of the board on October 1st. The hearing office proposed order discusses the relevant facts. And as I say, I certainly can go into detail if necessary, but I think they're set out pretty clearly in the proposed order, and ultimately recommends or has a proposed order with adoption of $1,500 of administrative civil liability. Even though the respondent did not accept the division's settlement offer, the respondent did comply with the requirement of filing the supplemental statement within 20 days after receipt of the complaint, and did not take any further actions that in our view would justify a higher civil liability amount. And also the respondent did demonstrate that she recognizes the importance of compliance by filing the next year's supplemental statement for 2019 by the applicable deadline. So in conclusion, the Administrative Hearings Office, through the proposed order, concluded that the $1,500 of administrative civil liability would be consistent with the division witness's testimony, that would be low enough to still encourage voluntary corrective action, but high enough to encourage voluntary compliance in the future, which it in fact has done. Basically, we concluded at the Administrative Hearings Office that the respondent should not be penalized for exercising her right to a hearing, but then after we held the hearing, we concluded that the settlement offer amount was the appropriate amount. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? Hearing none, I think we have one commenter that is comment if needed. Would just quickly check in with Mr. Lewis and see if necessary, anything to further add for us. And I would flag that Mr. Patrick Lewis is on the Division of Water Rights' prosecution team here.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. At this time, we have no comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, no, I think that it speaks to the thoroughness and good work of the office, Mr. Lilly. I don't think that we board members have any further discussion here. So hearing none, I'd entertain a motion amongst the board members.
Yes, I'd like to move that we adopt the draft order for item number 2.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion, and I'll also just thank our presiding officer, Mr. Lilly. I think this is your first draft order you've brought before the board, so I really appreciate the work that you've done and the efficiency that you've shown in bringing this to us in a quick fashion, and so appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Dodek?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And with that, our first order from the Administrative Hearings Office is adopted by the board. And just thank you for that again, Mr. Lilly. And on to item number 3, a second one.
So, and I certainly appreciate the comments from both you, Chair Esquivel, and also Board Member McGuire. I had failed to mention this is our first order, so it is something of a milestone. It took just over a year from when I first started working in this position to get to this point. So it is a milestone, and I'm proud of it. And I'll just say, I could not possibly have done this without the help from my staff. It took me a while to go through the hiring process, but I have 6 absolutely superb staff members helping me on these matters, and I'm very grateful for their help. So with that, I'll move on to agenda item 3. Agenda item 3 concerns the Timberlake Estates Homeowners Association. This has similar but slightly different facts. Here, a water right license is involved, where for the prior matter, it was a supplemental statement of water diversion and use. The code does, or the regulations do require licensees to file annual licensee reports every year by an April 1st deadline. And then there are similar penalties of $500 per day for each violation if the licensee report is not filed on time. In this case, this concerns the licensee reports for 2018 diversions, which were due on April 1 of 2019. On July 1 of 2019, the Division of Water Rights issued an administrative civil liability complaint. And again, the details are set forth in the proposed order, and the agenda item has a summary of that, so I won't go into a lot of detail. The amounts here are different though, so I will mention those. There was just one license involved here, and based on the number of days of violation, the ACL complaint states that the maximum potential civil liability was $45,000. The ACL complaint recommended an imposition of $2,000 in administrative civil liability. There was included with the administrative civil liability complaint an expedited settlement offer of $500 in return for waiving the respondent's right to a hearing and also filing the licensee report within 30 days. The respondent did not accept the settlement offer. The respondent made it very clear she wanted to have a hearing before the Administrative Hearings Office. So in fact, we did hold a hearing on July 7. That was actually, I think, our first hearing by the office. And then we submitted the proposed order to the board on September 11th of this year. We went through this proposed order, like the other one, goes through the statutory factors and ultimately concludes that $500 in administrative civil liability is the appropriate amount. Even though the respondent did not accept the settlement offer, she did promptly file the required licensee report. She actually got it filed the day before she received the ACL complaint, and the record is pretty clear on that. And then she did, in fact, file the report for the following year before the statutory deadline, and also was certainly contrite and apologized for the delay. She had some very significant health problems with her husband, which had distracted her. And those are briefly discussed, the timeline anyway, is discussed in the proposed order. So with that, the Administrative Hearings Office concluded and listed in the proposed order an administrative civil liability of $500 for this matter. And again, as with the other matter, we concluded it was not appropriate to penalize the respondent for exercising her right to a hearing, but ultimately then concluded that the settlement amount was the proper amount. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any fellow board members? Okay, hearing none. Let me quickly check our speaker card. I believe there is also one, speak if needed. Mr. Prutiselli, did you want to make any comment?
We have no comment. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. I don't personally have any questions on this one. Again, I believe it was a fair call, and appropriately, I think, for these first couple of orders, a good test run, if you will, of the machinery of the office. And so just appreciate the really good work around it again.
I would just, I would just note, because I think, as we look at these first two orders, I think one of the sort of policy considerations overall is that we certainly do not want to, we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to have a hearing. We do not want to penalize people for having hearings on to work through their issues. We also just will note that, part of the purpose of a settlement is to reach more efficient outcomes. And, we want to encourage folks to understand that, we, in this case, and I would assume in many cases, we will end up, the board affirming the settlement offers as fair. That's certainly not always going to be the case, but I think just the expectations that, making sure that folks are understanding the purpose of settlement offers is to conserve resources on all ends. And while you won't be penalized for asking for a hearing, just understand, expectations as we work through. So I think just wanted to highlight some of the sort of policy efficiently work through all of these enforcement actions that our Office of Administrative Hearing Office is able to help us make progress on.
Thank you, board member.
I'll move adoption of the proposed order for item 3.
And I'll second.
Great. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the item carries, and item number 3 is adopted. The order is adopted.
So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you as well. Again, incredible thanks to the good work, and looking forward to many more in order. And thank you.
There will be more. Thank you.
With that concludes item number 3 and our tranche of Administrative Hearings Office items. That next brings us to the Office of Chief Counsel's items, which is item number 4. And here now is a consideration of a revised draft water quality order reviewing the Los Angeles Water Board Executive Officer's approval of 9 watershed management programs and 1 enhanced watershed management program pursuant to the order number. And so I'll invite our staff who are presenting. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good to see you, Mr.
Perfect.
Mallory.
All right. So thank you for that introduction. My name is Ryan Mallory Jones. I'm here with the Office of Chief Counsel, the State Water Board. I have with me Allie Dunn, who's an environmental scientist here at the State Water Board, as well as Phil Wiles, who's the Assistant Chief Counsel for Water Quality with the Office of Chief Counsel, and Jonathan Bishop, who is here also with the Department of Water Quality. So I said this last time, this time I mean it. I'm going to try and be brief. I'm going to briefly describe the order, again, more briefly than I did last time, and then discuss the significant comments we received at our workshop last month and the changes we made or did not make in response. So as some background, this draft order, as you said, concerns the approval by the Los Angeles Water Board's executive officer of 10 plans under its 2012 municipal stormwater permit. These plans, watershed management programs, and enhanced watershed management programs allow permittees to be deemed in compliance with receiving water limitations and TMDL specifically limitations, even where they are not actually in compliance, in exchange for engaging in a rigorous technical planning process that results in implementation of a long-term plan to actually achieve water quality standards. We here at the State Board reviewed these, the structure of these, the orders outline the structure of these plans in 2015 in order Water Quality 2015-0075. And with some modifications, we upheld the permits approach and outlined 7 principles that should be reflected in municipal stormwater permitting. That incorporates these alternative compliance pathways. I recited these at the last workshop, so I won't do so again today, but to summarize, they focused primarily on ensuring the plans were rigorously justified, that permittees could be held accountable to their commitments, and that the plans would ultimately likely result in eventual attainment of water quality standards. At the time this 2015 order was adopted, the plans at issue here were newly approved, and we declined to extend our review to include the plans themselves, though we pledged to keep a close eye on their development and implementation. And this water quality order is intended to fulfill that commitment. As some procedural background, we released this is the 3rd draft of this order that is released for public comment. The first proposed draft was released on December 4th of last year, with a slightly modified draft released on December 10th of last year. And that was released for a written public comment period that ran until April 3rd, 2020. The second draft with changes made in response to those written comments was released on September 4th of this year. We held a workshop, a State Water Board workshop on October 6th of this year to receive oral public comments. And the changes in this draft reflect our changes that were made in response to the oral comments received at that October 6th workshop. The changes are pretty minor, even in comparison to the changes that were made from the first draft to the second draft. And as such, there is no additional written public comment period. So that brings us to the order itself. As I said, our review of these plans was intended to determine whether the plans lived up to the standards set by the Los Angeles Water Board in its permit and by this board in our 2015 order. We reviewed the plans with our eyes ultimately on three primary components: the level of rigor put into developing the plans themselves, the sufficiency of the limiting pollutant approaches used by the municipalities, which I'll talk about more, and the accountability provided by the schedules. As before, I want to note that generally we recognize and we're impressed by the level of effort that went into these plans, and we appreciate their ambitious goals. In our review, to those 3 points in our review, as we looked at the level of rigor put into the plans, we ultimately focused primarily on whether the municipalities provided a clear narrative explaining the process for developing the programs, particularly with an eye to their source assessments and reasonable assurance analyses. That is, rather than micromanaging necessarily the various inputs into the plans, we looked mostly to whether or not we could follow a clear narrative of how the plans were developed, such that they would give us assurance that as readers and stakeholders that the plans would consider the relevant available information and would result in attainment of water quality standards. Next, we looked, like I said, on whether the plans justified their limiting pollutant approaches. This is an approach that most of the plans used, through which the groups would focus their planning and implementation efforts on the highest priority pollutant in their watershed management area, rather than independently examining and planning for every pollutant in the watershed management area. And lastly, we looked at the schedules of each plan going up to a permit required redo of their essentially plans and reasonable assurance analyses in 2021 to see whether they provided sufficiently enforceable benchmarks and milestones such that we could track actual progress over time. We ordered a variety of changes be made, including requiring development of more clear narratives explaining the development of the plans, more rigorous analyses to justify the use of the limiting pollutant approaches, and in some cases, more specificity to the schedules. Only in 2 cases out of 10 did we find that the plans did not justify any grant of deemed compliance. One was in the case of the city of El Monte because it didn't provide enough detail in its planning or scheduling. We felt to provide assurance water quality standards would be achieved. The other was in the case of the Santa Monica Bay Jurisdictional Group 7 WIMP because it identified no actual water quality problems. For all of but those 2 plans, we ordered 2 actions be taken in this most current draft by June 30th, 2021. This is the date by which the Los Angeles Municipal Stormwater Permit requires the Watershed Management Program and Enhanced Watershed Management Program groups to submit comprehensive updates to their plans. First, by this date, the permittees need to demonstrate, and some may have already done this, that they have implemented their schedules as written. If they've done that, we say that they will remain deemed in compliance for all the water body pollutant combinations they intended to address in their plans, even those addressed by a what we term as a flawed limiting pollutant approach. By that phrase, we mean not that the approach conceptually is defective, but that there were issues taken with individual plan justifications. This is essentially us saying that we understand that they have relied on their plan approvals to this point, and if they've done what they said they were going to do, we're not going to interrupt their status yet. If they haven't done what they said they would, they shouldn't be deemed in compliance regardless of our order. This continued grant of deemed compliance for the water body pollutant combinations addressed by their plans continues through the process of updating their programs, which, as the permit defines it, lasts up until June 30th, 2022, at which point the groups must receive approval of and begin implementing plans that comply with the requirements of this order and that pass the review of the Los Angeles Water Board. And at that point, if they do that, they will continue to be deemed in compliance for the water body pollutant combinations addressed by their plan. And the second action we require, I just alluded to, but is that by June 30th, 2021, the updates they submit to the Los Angeles Water Board must address the requirements of this order, and they must receive approval of those updates by June 30th, 2022. Again, that's the Los Angeles permits defined time frame. So I'm going to briefly cover the most significant comments we received at the October workshop. I'm not going to touch on all of the comments here, but I'll touch on the most significant and the changes we made or didn't make in response. So I'm just going to run down a list here a little bit. But we received some comments encouraging the state board not to adopt the order due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. While we don't address this in the order itself, we recognize the hardships these municipalities are experiencing and note that the board may consider this as it deliberates on adoption. We also received some comments encouraging the state board not to adopt the order due to ongoing litigation surrounding the underlying stormwater permit. Phil Wiles touched on this at the workshop, but while we do address our position on the litigation briefly in the order itself, we don't directly touch on the issue of adoption, but again, whether this is something that impacts your decision to adopt, you may consider as you deliberate. We received a variety of comments asking us to clarify the next steps following the permit. Essentially, what does this order mean? Or sorry, next step following the adoption of this order, if it is adopted today. Essentially, what are the impacts on the permittees as this order is implemented? What is meant by the requirement to demonstrate the past work has been completed, and what the impacts on deemed compliance are. We carefully reviewed the prior draft of the order and made our most substantial updates in this order, not making substantive changes, but clarifying our intent and trying to carefully outline what the municipalities should expect going forward. We received a comment, and I touched on this earlier, to clarify that we don't object to the limiting pollutant approach generally, but instead simply took issue with the specific plan approaches discussed in the order, and we added a note to that effect. We received a comment asking us to clarify that we would support non-model based approaches to quantitatively justify the use of controls which cannot be otherwise modeled for deemed compliance purposes. We also added a note to that effect, clarifying that our discussion on that note and on the deemed compliance impacts of non-modeled controls was specific to the LA board's order itself and not necessarily a general principle. We received comments asking us to clarify the retroactive application of certain principles in this order. We're essentially cleaning up changes we made from the first draft to the second to make sure all our language was consistent in terms of how we discussed the impacts of any of these principles looking back rather than prospectively, and clarify that the principles we outline here are generally prospective and not retroactive. Let's see. We received a comment asking us to acknowledge the projected impact of LA County's Measure W, and we did so. On the precedential impact of the order, we received comments asking us to clarify that this order is not intended to curtail the flexibility of regional boards moving forward with alternative compliance, including the LA board in future iterations of its order. We added some language to this effect, essentially echoing our statement in the 2015 order that where application of a given principle is inappropriate for region or permit specific reasons, the regional board may make a showing to that effect, though of course, as with that order, with some of the more fundamental principles, we would expect a very significant showing before a regional board deviated from them. We received a comment asking that rather than making the justification for the limiting pollutant approach more rigorous, We instead allow municipalities to rely on monitoring to demonstrate that their program is effective. We add a note addressing this. To summarize it, we agree that monitoring is of course important and is needed to verify that the plans are working as expected. However, one of the key characteristics of these programs that distinguish them from the iterative process is the rigorous upfront justification that gives us, the regional board, the public, and the permittees themselves confidence that the approaches will be successful. We received a request to push back the first of the reports due from the LA board on implementation of this order to after the plan update process beginning on June 30th, 2021 is complete. We did not do so because our perspective was that an update during that process will provide us with relevant and important information on the permittee's progress in complying with this order. And lastly, we added a bit more to our discussion on Water Code section 13241 concerning the LA board's discussion of costs in its permit in order to make it more complete. So that's, as I promised, briefer than my last presentation. Brings us to the end. And I think with that, nobody else, unless somebody wants to jump in, that's the conclusion of the staff presentation. And we have a couple panels.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Mallory Jones, for the succinct summary. Appreciate it. We do have two panels coming up, and so I invite our first panel, consisting of Corey Bell from the Natural Resources Defense Council, Arthur Pugsley from the Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and Annalisa Moe from Heal the Bay.
And Chair Esquivel, I'll just point out for the panelists that we have given them co-host privileges, so you all now have complete control over your cameras and microphones and can sequence yourselves as you want to.
There's an implicit trust there. Good morning, everyone. Glad you can join us.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me all right? Okay, great. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Corey Bell from the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'll be commenting along with Heal the Bay and LA Waterkeeper today. Our groups are happy that the proposed order addresses most of our concerns about the lack of rigor and accountability in WIMPs and EWIMPs, and as such, we're still generally supportive of the order. We agree that these plans must include clear, enforceable commitments, and we've had similar difficulties to the state board and regional board when trying to identify commitments and actual implementation of these plans. In the meantime, permittees have enjoyed deemed compliance status for years despite incomplete analyses and lack of implementation. And the results, unfortunately, are exactly what you'd expect. As outlined in the draft MS4 permit fact sheet released a few months ago, water quality has gotten worse or remained stagnant in several water bodies in the LA region. And turning to the specifics of the proposed order, we support incorporation of RAA guidelines in the next MS4 permit, which is currently out for public comment. This way, the RAA guidelines would be open for public notice and comment by groups like ours. We're also supportive of the state board's stance that conditional approvals are not a panacea. And as such, we are concerned that the order as it stands allows for conditional approval of the updated WIMPs during the June 2021 to June 2022 timeframe. And now I'm going to turn it over to Arthur Pugsley from LA Waterkeeper to cover some more specifics.
Thank you. As Corey mentioned, I'm Arthur Pugsley from Los Angeles Waterkeeper. We do not support the order's statement that deemed compliance status can be granted if a permittee merely plans to update its plan, and that's on page 117 and 122. Planning to plan is not sufficient for deemed compliance. If the State Board wishes to keep this provision, we would recommend the incorporation of a much shorter deadline than June of 2022. We also do not support that the order allows permittees until June 2022 to complete work associated with past deadlines. The order should revert back to the older version, allowing permittees until June 30th, 2020 to submit information demonstrating timely compliance with past deadlines. Otherwise, this amounts to an extension of deadlines, some of which passed 3 years ago. Further, we would like an additional clarification on when conditional approval is not appropriate. Are there circumstances beyond egregious deficiencies, mentioned in the permit in which it would not be acceptable. All that being said, before I turn it over to Annalisa, we also would like to stress if these changes would result in a further delay of the order, we would not urge their incorporation as we think the order should be issued forthwith. So with that, I'll turn it over to Annalisa.
All right, thank you, Arthur. First of all, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay. Now, we're really grateful that the board has decided not to wait until the new year to address this issue. As you know, the draft MS4 permit in the Los Angeles region is currently out for comment, and that comment period will actually end in early December. This draft does not include various elements required under this draft order. We did originally bring this challenge over 5 years ago, so a final order is overdue. And unfortunately, the lack of accountability in the 2012 permit has had serious consequences for water quality in LA, as Corey mentioned earlier. This is demonstrated by the draft permits fact sheet on pages F33 through F47, which shows that many limiting pollutants are being exceeded in many water bodies. And in fact, many were exceeded by more than 25% of samples during the 2012 permit term. Approval of this order today will have the above mentioned changes. With the above mentioned changes would give the regional board time to align the draft permit with the order and to get water quality back on the right track in the Los Angeles region. So again, thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to comment. And I'm sure all three of us are available for questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments in addition to today's decision. I don't have anything currently. Not seeing anything from fellow board members, but we'll certainly circle back in the course of comment here and discussion if we have questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Moe, and the other panelists. That brings us to our second panel. We have here Irma Munoz from the Chair Munoz, I'll say, from the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board, and good to have you with us here today, Chair. Renee Purdy as well, and it looks like Adriana Nunez is on tap if needing to respond.
And just as with our first panel, we have given each of these panelists co-host privileges so that they can go ahead and control their cameras and microphones and proceed in the order that they see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Laffer.
Okay.
Chair Munoz.
Yes. Buenos dias. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chair. You might want to angle your camera a little down. I don't think we can fully see your face.
Okay, how's this?
All right. There you are. Good morning. Good to see you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to express the support of the LA Water Board. Thanks for the time and care that the State Water Board took in preparing the final proposed order. When we adopted the 2012 LA MS4 permit, it was with the understanding that the key to water quality improvement in the LA region was a rigorous permitting scheme for MS4 discharges that encourage expansive watershed-based programs and collaborations among our 88 permittees. The watershed program framework was novel, not only because it was reconceived MS4 permit compliance, but because it provided an opportunity for permittees to plan proactively and holistically and work together to implement stormwater solutions. In adopting the 2012 permit, the board embraced the chance to provide a permitting framework that allowed permittees the ability to develop and implement long-range programs that will dramatically improve water quality and also reap other community benefits, to conceive and, in time, to actually build the type of multi-benefit projects that increase recreational opportunities, provide more equitable access to green space, and of course, improve water quality, which is all of our focuses. The final proposed order recognizes the watershed management approach will only make board staff, will only make meaningful water quality progress in the WMPs and EMWMPs are rigorous, transparent, and effective. The care that state board staff took in reviewing the WIMPs and EWIMPs is laudable and no doubt will progress the efficiency of the program. In closing, I want to express my appreciation for the care once again that the staff took in considering and responding to the comments made by our Executive Officer Renee Purdy during the October 6th State Board workshop on this matter. While the changes from the second proposed order to the final proposed order may seem small, they are definitely meaningful. Improving the clarity of this order as it relates to the 2012 permit, as well as future iterations of the LA MS4 permit, in our view, the tasks and deadlines imposed by the final proposed order are tough but doable, and we look forward to continue to work with the State Board to advance water quality in our region. And on a more personal note, I really want to thank each and every one of you for listening to our staff with their opinions. Sometimes I feel the regions truly have a better handle on what's going on, and it's important to listen. And I do think that you really listened. I think that the staff fully followed through. I think that the State Board has an incredible workload, and you do incredible work jobs. We are very much appreciative of board member Sean, who comes and gives reports to us on a monthly basis. Those are so critical for us to be kept updated on what's going on with you. I think I'm enjoying the meeting and probably will join you in future meetings. But the point here is a lot of this stuff does happen at the local regional level. And it would be wonderful if we have future issues similar to this, that we collaborate and discuss and partner to give you an orientation on the reasons why it's happening that way in our region. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And once again, I'd like to thank the staff for the considerations in reviewing this order. Thank you, and it was a pleasure to speak before you.
Thank you, Chair Munoz, and thank you for your incredible leadership at the local and regional level. That is where all of this actually happens. And we're so fortunate for the continued growth of the relationship between the regions and the State Board, both at the staff and board member level. So just really appreciate your leadership in all this as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Purdy.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I also want to thank you for the careful consideration that you took of our comments from the October 6th workshop and the changes that you made in response reflected in the final proposed order. We just have 3 remaining comments, and I will just note up front that all of my page references are going to be to the comparison version of the document. So I'll start with my most substantive one, which is related to the final proposed orders language about the RAA guidance. I appreciate that staff tried to address our concern about incorporating the RAA guidelines into the permit. However, the revised approach, which suggests the guidance may be incorporated as an attachment to which the EO could make limited revisions pursuant to their delegated authority, still significantly constrains the board's and permittees' ability to use newer RAA guidelines, including those that might be developed or modified by other agencies such as US EPA. The Los Angeles Water Board understands the importance of the reasonable assurance analysis. As I noted in October, our tentative regional MS4 permit, which we released in August, incorporates by reference RAA guidance documents, including US EPA's 2017 guidance, which we also participated in reviewing for them. This incorporation by reference is the typical approach for technical guidance documents such as this that are relied on in NPDES permits, and is what we recommend here. The most straightforward way to address our request would be to delete the final 4 sentences in the limiting pollutants section immediately before the section numbered sub-I and titled RAA approaches. These sentences are on the bottom of page 62 and the top of page 63. And we do have several other alternatives that we could also propose to address our request if we'd like to discuss that more later. The other 2 comments we have are mainly requests for clarification that somewhat refer to Mr. Mallory Jones' point that there was an attempt to make sure that the final proposed order was internally consistent in terms of how it would be or not be retroactively applied and the fact that it's generally meant to be prospective. So the first is with respect to the non-modeled milestones. On page 111, the first sentence of the last paragraph still seems to suggest that the East San Gabriel Valley Group has to demonstrate attainment of the actual water quality target for its 2017 milestone, which was based on non-modeled controls. And this appears inconsistent with the direction on page 82 that, and I'll quote in part, the watershed management program groups will be expected to demonstrate actual achievement of these water quality milestones going forward, though we will not apply the standard to the now passed milestones. So to resolve this, we suggest deleting the first sentence of the last paragraph on page 111. Of course, we do understand that the group still needs to demonstrate that those programmatic and project-based milestones from 2017 were completed. It appears this type of modification was made for the other groups. And third and finally, with respect to flawed limiting pollutant approaches and deemed compliance status, page 4 of the comparison document indicates that state board's intent is to allow the groups to retain their deemed compliance status at least through June 30th, 2021, despite any shortcomings to the limiting pollutant approach, as Mr. Mallory Jones described just now. And I'll again quote just 2 sentences from the order that state, we then identify those water body pollutant combinations that permittees intended to address in their programs through a schedule designed for another water body pollutant combination, but for which such treatment was not sufficiently justified. We identify the shortcomings in the required analyses and allow the permittees to retain their deemed compliance statuses for these combinations until at least June 30th, 2021, end quote. However, the language on page 135 is unclear with regard to the Los Cerritos channels deemed compliance status, where it states, and again, I'm quoting in part, the group has not justified deemed compliance with bacteria, enterococcus, MBAS, or any other pollutants. As noted in the order, the Los Cerritos Channel Group's watershed management program indicates that bacteria will be addressed in part by runoff reduction, which is the group's strategy for addressing their limiting pollutant, zinc. And the watershed management program commits to assessing the effectiveness of runoff reduction at addressing bacteria during the second and third adaptive management reviews and commits to address it more directly at that time. And I'll note that the third adaptive management cycle aligns essentially with the June 30th, 2021 deadline in the revised final proposed order. And so as such, it seems consistent with staff's intent to allow deemed compliance for bacteria until June 30th, 2021. This could be addressed by adding a clarifying sentence to the first full paragraph on page 135 that would state, and I'll quote, the group may, however, retain their deemed compliance status until at least June 30th, 2021, end quote. And that concludes our comments. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment both in October and today. And of course, we'll be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Purdy. I'd actually like to go ahead and take an opportunity, because you do have just 3 specific items here, to ask Mr. Mallory Jones, particularly on the first item, when it comes to incorporation of the RA by reference and the request to then, I guess, delete those 4 sentences. I need to pull up my order here to actually look at the language, but just want to get a read from Mr. Mallory Jones and staff as to how we kind of feel on these 3, since it's really critical that we try to address. Or Mr. Bishop.
So I will let Ryan and Phil Wiles talk about the legal aspect of it, but the RAA is, in our view, integral to the to meeting the requirements of the permit. And as such, we thought it was more proper to have the requirements that are so directly related to compliance be in the permit. I will let Phil and Ryan talk about any concerns they have on the legal aspect, but that was the policy reason.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Wiles.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Our concern essentially tracks with the policy issue that Chief Deputy Director Jonathan Bishop just mentioned. To the extent that the reasonable assurance analysis really is sort of the bedrock, if you will, of providing the deemed compliance going forward. Our view is that it really does require any changes, that is, to the reasonable assurance analysis framework really does require some level of notice and comment. And so in this order, we thought we were striking an appropriate balance where some limited changes could be authorized if it so chose at the regional board level for the executive officer. But we did not want to allow for essentially wholesale changes to the reasonable assurance analysis, partly out of a concern that that could implicate the limitations on delegation of issuance of waste discharge requirements from a board to its executive officer. So our view is that because there is that limitation on delegation, it would be appropriate to allow some limited changes by the executive officer. But if there were any more substantial changes, that would directly impact the waste discharge requirements themselves and should be considered by the full board.
I might jump in with a question for Ms. Purdy. I mean, we at the state board also delegate some functions to our executive directors and sometimes to the deputy director level. And it's always with the understanding that if it's a significant or controversial change that is being contemplated, that there is a check-in with the board, and if appropriate, taking it to a board meeting for public discussion and public input. Isn't that the same process that I expect you as executive officer would do on behalf of your regional board?
Thank you, Board Member Dodek. That is the same process that we follow at the regional board as well. If there's an item of controversy or significant public interest that would otherwise be delegated to the executive officer to approve, then we would discuss with our chair and our vice chair the decision as to whether to bring that item before the board for discussion, if not action by the board. So that is in fact the process, yes, that we would follow as well. I think here one of the distinctions that I would like to mention that I think perhaps has been overlooked is both the 2012 LA County permit, as well as even I would say more so the tentative regional MS4 permit that we released in August does include some of the principles and framework for a reasonable assurance analysis. So that is already set forth in the permit as written. And again, somewhat I would say more so in the tentative MS4 permit that is now out on the street for public comment than it was in the 2012 permit, in part because of what we have been seeing in the proposed order coming from the state board and knowing that we needed to add some clarity in the permit itself. So the permit outlines those basic principles and some basic criteria and requirements. The RAA guidelines really gets into the details of this is the calibration range for certain parameters of your model if you're using a model. And so we continue to believe that it would be better to have that technical document be something that could be developed, revised, updated outside of the process of bringing it to the full board for a decision. And I will just note, as I did mention, this is standard practice, not just in sort of what I sometimes refer to as our traditional NPDES permits, but even with some of our MS4 permits in this region, and I think probably in other regions as well, where we require technical documents, for example, to identify hydromodification criteria or to identify site design standards for low impact development. those documents are documents that are required by the permit, but are not a part of the permit, and yet they are essential to the implementation of the permit's requirements. So that is really what we're looking for here, is just the flexibility that would be provided by allowing us to have this document be one that's outside of the permit. In addition to the fact that initially, because really reasonable assurance analysis was something that the LA board initially came up with for the first time, but now there are many who are jumping onto the bandwagon, including US EPA. And US EPA has developed a very good, robust guidance document themselves that we would like our permittees to be able to utilize. So it just seems more appropriate to have the document live outside the permit. We're not opposed to public input on that guidance document at all. And in fact, there was significant public input on the guidance document that we developed in 2014. So we are willing to certainly commit to having any guidance document, even if it should be a US EPA guidance document, be one that we would subject to a public comment and process where we would take comments to make sure that there weren't any concerns about the reliance on that document in the case of the MS4 permit in the Los Angeles region.
Mr. Wiles, do you have a comment, or I'm sorry, other board members?
Chair Esquivel, I just did want to suggest, if the board is interested, the current new language that addresses this issue, I think it may be a matter of interpretation, because we do say that the executive officer would have the authority to make changes, limited changes consistent with the overall approach approved by the regional board. We could consider essentially trying to provide a little bit of explanation as to what we mean by that. It is fairly subjective, I will grant you. And essentially just say, as the executive officer, Renee Purdy, suggested, something along the lines of, if there is significant public controversy over the proposed changes, then it should go to the board for a decision.
Ms. Purdy, does that sound like it would capture the flexibility you're looking for there while still having some certainty on it, I guess, or some structure on this side?
Right. I mean, I think it goes partway to addressing it. I'm still, I think, somewhat concerned by the fact that the current language does say that the executive officer's authority would be to make limited revisions to any such attachment. And so I feel like that still does constrain quite a bit the flexibility to make changes or to rely on, for example, the US EPA RAA guidelines. I mean, one of the suggestions that I had, an alternative suggestion, would be certainly that you could suggest that the RAA guidelines should be incorporated by reference, and to the extent that specific guidelines that might be used could be called out, which is what we've done in the tentative regional MS4 permit that's out for comment right now, that we could, or there perhaps could be that change to, instead of saying it would be incorporated as an attachment, that the guidelines would be incorporated by reference. And then I think there could be a change to, I believe, let's see, I believe it would be the sentence that follows the two new sentences. Perhaps that sentence could be revised to indicate that any updates to the referenced RA guidelines there would be a procedure for appropriate public notice and comment before relying on any such updates to those referenced guidelines. I know I said that a bit clunky, but I bet that
I actually follow that and actually would be supportive of that change.
Yeah, Mr. Wells, does that strike a balance there?
Yeah, I think we can work with that. I think we're going to have a couple of other proposed changes based on Ms. Purdy's other comments. So might I suggest that when we're done with receiving public comment and hearing from the board members, might be a time to take a break and let us caucus a little bit internally and come back with some proposed revisions?
I think that makes sense.
Thank you. I think what Ms. Purdy just suggested, strike that balance between providing the flexibility that she seeks, but also ensuring that there be opportunity for public comment and for the board to weigh in should this be a matter of significant importance or controversy. And I like that approach.
Yeah, the RAA, the reasonable assurance analysis, is incredibly fundamental to all of this. And so appropriately, it is that balance between not being able to just allow that to change wholesale, but there'd be process a bit around it, if so, but still appropriately provide the flexibility for the region. So I think perfect. I think we'll allow Mr. Wiles and folks to think it through as we go through the rest of the comments here, and then also have during break, maybe kind of try to triage some language. I heard the other two items as well there, the items that you flagged, Ms. Purdy. Again, San Gabriel Valley, just maybe an issue of consistency when it comes to the prospective or otherwise application of the provisions. And then on the third as well, when it comes to Los Cerritos Creek, and just a bit of clarity. So just flag those two for staff as well to be thinking through. If we can resolve them, would like to do so for you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, anything further, Chair Munoz or Executive Officer Purdy?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to join you and to observe.
Thank you as well. These balancing that we're all called to do as board members are difficult. We have a lot of competing outcomes and interests, certainly. Well, I wouldn't say competing outcomes. I think we're all looking for the same outcomes here, but differences on how we sort of get there. But the transparency here and the accountability, I think, is kind of principal to how do we ensure that the deemed compliance is appropriate and there's a there. So, okay. Well, thank you so much again, and we'll circle back here as we make our way through further comment. So, thanks again.
If I could also, I appreciate and agree with the conversation that's been held so far, and appreciate Board Member Dodek's comments on this as it relates to the RAA, and I agree with the direction we're headed here. I just also want to flag before we lose sight that we did hear some comments from NRDC and Waterkeeper in the first panel, and I would be interested maybe after the break or whenever staff is ready to hear responses as to the conditional approval mechanisms that we're affording the regional board here, and also the deemed compliance considerations. The perspective versus, saying that, once a watershed group submits a revised alternative compliance plan, that then, they're deemed in compliance throughout that review period, and whether that's a wholesale blanket approval or there's additional considerations as to whether or not they're meeting milestones, for example, during that time frame. So anyway, just want to, I am interested.
May step in here.
Yeah, I think that if I'm understanding what the panel proposed and your question is, there are really two pieces to the deemed compliance that we need to think about in the dates. If by June 30th of 2021, the group has shown that they met the existing milestones in their plans, even if we determined that there were problems with the plan, things like the limiting pollutant, they are afforded a year from June 30th to no later than June 30th, 2022, to submit and get approved a revised plan, and they stay in deemed compliance. If they were unable to meet the existing milestones, then they lose that deemed compliance until a new plan is submitted and approved. So I think those are the two paths, and I'm hopefully that made it clearer.
Yeah, and I can try and put even a bit of a finer point on it, I think, by pointing out there's no, as at least as we intended to write it, the order should not give them until June 30th, 2022 to demonstrate that they've done their work. What we require in the order is that by June 30th, 2021, sort of following up on John, is that they need to submit two things. They need to show that they've done the work they said they were going to do so far, and they need to submit a proposed update to the plans. So those are both due by June 30th, 2021. If they do both of those, then they can continue receiving deemed compliance for up to a year based on the plans, even if they have problems we identify in the order. By June 30th, 2022, and this is what the order, the time frame the order itself provides, the LA permit itself provides, is that they need to receive approval of those proposed updates, and any deemed compliance following that point is based on implementation of those new updated plans. So there's no allowance until June 30th, 2022 to do past work. They need to show that they've done everything they said they were going to do by June 30th, 2021. And after that, it's essentially left, and we say this on page 5 of the order, any deemed compliance after June 30th, 2021 is left to the normal operation of the permit's deemed compliance provisions. It's just that for 1 year, it will be based, up to 1 year, it will be based on their current plan. And after 2020, after that approval period passes, it'll be based on their newly updated plan. And I don't know if Phil has more he wants to say on the conditional approval. We don't put too many, I guess, end tables on the scope of the conditional approval, mostly because I don't think in our order, we, as we discuss it, we don't, we conclude that the authority to conditionally approve is sort of traditionally inherent in the authority to approve or deny a plan to begin with. So where there are things that are suitable for conditional approval, where the plan implementation can begin, or real substantive plan implementation can begin, while some deficiencies are worked out, we allow for that. I don't know that we, or I exactly have, see a very strong reason to limit that too much more than that. But I can defer to Phil on that if he has anything else to add.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think for us, it really is much more of a pragmatic matter than anything else. Whether it's good or bad, the boards are often in the position of requiring the submission of plans and then determining whether or not to approve those plans. And without the ability to do a conditional approval, it often feels like we are playing the bring us a different rock game. And so this is just a much more streamlined way for the executive officer, or for any of the boards, frankly, to be able to say, well, thank you for what you submitted. It's close, but you need to make these changes and then it'll be fine. As opposed to disapproving things and then making dischargers or others submit full new plans with minor changes for us to approve. So again, it really is much more of a pragmatic approach, and it's one that I think that the board has used for many, many years for good reasons.
Okay, that's helpful. And just so I make sure I understand, because we spent a lot of time here talking about deemed compliance and what that means. So if a plan is a revised plan submitted and the executive officer approves conditionally that plan, then that watershed group would retain deemed compliance so long as they comply with their plan and all the milestones in their plan, as well as any of the conditions that the executive officer attaches to that. Is that how you would interpret that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I just think it's an important clarification that's how that works. And we have 1 year here for approval or disapproval of the plan, or approval with conditions, but the dischargers regardless will be subject to whatever those conditions are that come with the approval to retain deemed compliance. So thank you.
Chair Munoz, yes.
Yeah, I think what's clear is that the burden is on the water board staff to be very clear with our permittees and what the expectations are, you know, and so it's about communication, clear communication, and saying this is the path forward. There's no deviation. This is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty critical flexibility tool that we have to be able to say it's not just yes or no, pass or fail, but you know, it's pass but with corrective actions needed, right? And so it's a period of deemed compliance to allow for those corrective actions to take place in a plan,
exactly.
and provide a bit of flexibility there. Okay. Thank you, board member. That was actually helpful exchange here, and I appreciate the discussion. Anything further again from Chair Munoz or Executive Officer Purdy?
No, I think on another note, if I can just bring up the notice, the state board folks came and talked about the governor's race equity, and we're embracing it with open arms. We're going to focus our January retreat on that, and we're going to be very diligent and thorough. As I told the folks at the last board meeting, because I'm much more older than many of you, I've been through a whole bunch of radiation since I was a student at UC San Diego back in the, I won't even say the days, but this is the one that I think is going to be successful. We have strong leadership, we have commitment from the examiners, so count on Region 4 to be there with you, walking with you, struggling with you, because it's going to be a series of very difficult conversations that have to be based on honesty and understanding the history. So thank you so much for that. We look forward to the hard work, and thank you once again, Board Member Sean, for being so supportive and for bringing the voice of Sacramento to us on our monthly basis. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that note, Chair Munoz. Look forward to the really critical work ahead in that discussion for sure. So thank you. Okay, that concludes the second panel then, discussion, and we're an hour and a half in. Do folks want a quick 5-minute break? And if not, we can just move straight into discussion here. Continued public speakers. Let's maybe carry on. Or board member.
I was just going to suggest let's go through the public comment. That way, if staff needs to work through any other feedback, they'll have a chance to do that at the break.
That sounds good. Thank you. Okay. Well, next then we have Travis Von Ligton from the City of Duarte.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. Thank you for the time today. For the record, my name is Travis Van Ligton. I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Duarte in regards to the current order before you today. First off, I just wanted to clarify, I was having some trouble with my mic earlier. Can people hear me right now? Oh, perfect, thank you very much. I will keep my comments brief and just reiterate some of the comments that just the City of Duarte has made in the past in regards to this order. First, the order's current discussion of the regional board's consideration of the 13.241 factors in the California Water Code is still, frankly, directly contrary to the holdings and findings made by the trial court in the Duarte case and the Orange County Superior Court. And the analysis therein is still it is legally deficient. And Duarte would ask that those specific provisions be either substantively revised or to reflect what the trial court found, and or to otherwise provide further explanation as to why the findings therein are currently included. Second and lastly, Duarte maintains that the proposed order should not be adopted while the Court of Appeal is still considering the Water Board's appeal of the Duarte case. We understand that the order concludes currently that the Duarte case and its discussion of the numeric effluent limitations found in the 2012 LAMS4 permit is not directly relevant to the substance of this order. However, should Duarte prevail on its claims before the Court of Appeal and the decision be affirmed, one of the relatively key aspects of the proposed order and its analysis of the WIMPs and EWIMPs is the state board's consideration of whether or not those programs are demonstrating the ability to actually meet the challenged NELs in the Duarte case. So Duarte maintains that should it prevail, and that the NEL provisions of the 2012 LAMS4 permit be set aside, it will essentially render a lot of the discussions of this current order moot. So instead of kind of, I guess, jumping the gun and issuing the order now, it seems like there could be more benefit in issuing the order after the Court of Appeals decision, whichever way it goes down. So accordingly, Duarte maintains that proceeding with the adoption of the order prior to resolution of the Duarte case will unfortunately result in a tremendous waste of work on behalf of all of the parties, including the permittees, create confusion after the Court of Appeal issues its decision of the Duarte case, and ultimately seems to kind of disrespect the judicial process that we're currently going through at the moment. And so we would ask that the board delay its consideration of this order until after those kind of important legal issues are addressed by the Court of Appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lighton. I appreciate that. Just a quick question to our folks, just insofar as if there's any inconsistency with the findings. The second argument for Mr. Lighton, at least for me, I think we've covered, and I think it is appropriate for us to move forward in this, since it isn't directly relevant to the numeric effluent limits as part of the discussion around MS4. But Mr. Wiles.
Yes, thank you, Chair Esquivel. Just a quick response. We do think it's important for the State Board to be on record explaining its views with respect to the obligations under Water Code Section 13241 and generally with respect to evaluating the costs of compliance of these programs. They're extremely expensive, and from a policy perspective, I think it's important that everybody understands that the board takes this fully into consideration in terms of what it's asking the municipalities to do. We don't think that we should be reacting to the Superior Court's views of this, that those issues are on appeal. And so, again, we thought it was important to lay out what the State Board thinks about these issues in this order. With respect to the second issue about holding off until the Court of Appeal acts, if in fact the Court of Appeal decision is such that it renders portions of this order moot, so be it. They'll become moot. And if it does more to this order than that, then of course the board can always consider revisions as necessary at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles. I appreciate that and that response. And thank you as well again, Mr. Lighton, for your comments today. Next, we have Karen Cohen from the California Stormwater Quality Association.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I see, unfortunately, my camera is opting not to work, so we'll go with audio only. I'll fix it when I get to the end of my comments if we need to.
We're in the least. Thank you.
My name is Karen Cohen. I am the Assistant Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. And our testimony today is generally similar to the comments we provided during the last hearing. First, we do appreciate all of the discussion in the last hearing in October pertaining to the value of source control activities and eliminating pollution at the source. CASCA will continue to make source control a core component of our efforts, and we welcome and strongly encourage partnerships with water board staff, NGOs, and other stakeholders to help support those efforts. In terms of the order, we thank staff for the corresponding changes pertaining to source control in the order. And just as a note for permit implementation in general, for anything related to milestones for source control activities, just a note that source control really is inherently very different than traditional engineered solutions, which may require a different approach and thought process as any milestones are developed. Of course, it pertains to the particular solution and the pollutant at hand, but a lot of source control solutions really are very extensive and lengthy processes, especially upfront, before you can actually have any results be achieved. So again, just as those milestones would be developed in any permitting context, that the timeframes should really be based in real data from the perspective that's appropriate for that particular pollutant to continue to encourage and support those source control solutions. The other topic I want to address is the concept of precedent. Recognizing, of course, the very broad latitude and authority granted to the state, just sort of from a very practical perspective, one of the roles of CASCA is to be able to integrate some voices from throughout the state and be able to bring that to you for consideration. And there is definitely concern in the concept here, again, of precedent, that the petitions originated from a few EWIMPs and WIMPs based on specific permit language in the Los Angeles region. And there are some folks who are just kind of taking a step back from a practical perspective saying, you know, what bar is being set for us outside of these particular EWIMPs and this particular permit and those particular provisions, and how that may impact other compliance pathways other folks are exploring and what those really ultimately look like. And I think it might be the concept of expectation versus constraint, maybe one way to sort of capture it. So we are thankful that the language that has been added to the order, specifically on page 165 of the comparison document, that adds language noting that the evolution of approaches are not intended to be restrained. However, there's one sentence that precedes the new language that uses the terminology will have precedential value, which sort of seems to imply the opposite. So the request we're making today is just this one request for that sentence to be modified. So the specific sentence, it's the second complete sentence on page 165 of the comparison document that starts with "for that reason." The sentence currently reads, "For that reason, the principles discussed above will have precedential value outside of the Los Angeles region in some circumstances." We're asking for that language to be modified to, "For that reason, the principles discussed above may have value outside of the Los Angeles region in some circumstances." And just some quick final thoughts here. As I noted in our comments in October, we have now actually finalized our updated vision for sustainable stormwater management, which I would be very happy to share with any board members. We'd very much like to do that so we can lay out sort of what CASWA's vision is going forward. We will be working with water board staff and many other stakeholders to develop partnerships to help support the implementation of those actions that we think are necessary to achieve sustainable stormwater management. And again, as I mentioned in the October hearing, one of the actions that we have in our vision pertains to stormwater permitting, which essentially gets to the very basic concepts that we're asking ourselves of what are we trying to achieve, what does success look like, and what are desired outcomes, and how do we incentivize and support those outcomes. So I'm just noting that here because it really does directly pertain to the concept of compliance pathways for receiving water limitations and the construct of permit provisions and the actions that we are creating through those stormwater programs, and sort of balancing the mousetrap we're building and the stormwater program outcomes we're trying to achieve. So with that, again, always we thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions and find the way to put my video on to answer you directly.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the constructive, as always, work and suggestions here. And, you know, just to note, it really is an exciting time in this space when we talk about better managing stormwater in the urban and other areas, certainly throughout the state, but certainly the challenges on the urban side when it comes to ensuring that this resource continues to be used and maximized, but also protected. And how do we have the accountability, transparency, and assurances that things are moving in the right direction, and just appreciate, again, the good collaboration with CASWA and leadership and all of that. Yeah, it sounds like it's, you know, the real ask here is a change from a will to a may on page 165. Just quickly, if I could just get a read from Mr. Wiles and folks, how you see that change.
So before Phil jumps in, Ryan, I'm going to give you the big picture, which is the principles is the word that I think is operable here. And the principles are that to get deemed compliance, you need to have rigorous, accountable documentation for you to receive deemed compliance, that this will lead to meeting the water quality objectives.
That's helpful to clarify what it is that we're saying will, and it is the principles there, not the specifics. But anything further from Mr. Wiles?
Oh no, I'll just I definitely agree with the reading it in context, that it's the principles. And so a good example for that would be, at least for me, the principles about the limiting pollutant approach. Any other alternative compliance program that relies on a limiting pollutant approach should be following the directives in this order for how to do that limiting pollutant approach. And so that's why we wrote it this way. We do feel that there is precedential value, again, for the principles, and only to the extent that the other permits contain similar approaches, which is what the order says.
It's helpful. It's a helpful clarification. And for that reason, I think it's appropriately will and not may. But thank you, Ms. Cohen, for your good comment nonetheless. And again, always collaboration that we continue to enjoy. So thank you. Next, we do have Mr. Paul Alva from the County of Los Angeles. Mr. Alva.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Chair and members of the board. Good morning. For the record, my name is Paul Alva, and I'm an Assistant Deputy Director with Los Angeles County Public Works. I'm responsible for overseeing the MS4 permit compliance for the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County and the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. I want to express our support for the final revised draft order being considered today. We are very appreciative of the public process that has allowed the State Board to listen and understand the significant effort that everyone in the LA region has put into implementing and supporting our MS4 permit. For example, the county and the district has collectively spent about $800 million towards implementing the 2012 permit. This total includes $100 million towards constructing multi-benefit projects to capture stormwater in this past year alone. It is important to note that the total does not include any Safe Clean Water funds, or commonly referred to as Measure W, since those funds have only recently been collected and dispersed by the County Board of Supervisors. The EWIMPs and the WIMPs are an unprecedented undertaking and have been a huge success for our region. These plans were instrumental in building the necessary support for the successful passage of Measure W. As you may know, Measure W generates approximately $285 million a year in perpetuity towards water quality and multi-benefit projects for the benefit of all cities, stakeholders, and residents in the region. Stormwater is a big job, and we recognize that although we have made progress, we still have work to do. This work will be supported by your revised order in addition to the Safe Clean Water program. Again, I want to thank the State Board for the revisions in the state order and the acknowledgement of the progress made over the last 8 years. We, along with the LA Regional Board, permittees, and other stakeholders, will continue to build on the momentum initiated by the 2012 permit, which is reinforced by the watershed-based collaboration on the EWIMPs, water quality monitoring, and water quality projects. We look forward to continuing the path towards improving water quality while protecting public health and natural resources for the present and future generations. This concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alva, for your continued engagement and the county's leadership in so much of this work. Really appreciate the support and comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next up, we have Richard Watson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Chair Munoz and members of the board. First, I want to congratulate the board staff on doing something I didn't think was possible, in that they turned this around in November rather than December or January when we thought it would happen. And also congratulate them on explaining things better and clarifying matters that have brought the permittees, the regulators, and the NGOs closer together. We still have some disagreements, but it's amazing how close we are right now on thinking about this. I also want to thank Executive Officer Purdy. By the way, my name again is Richard Watson. I'm consultant to the Los Cerritos Channel watershed and can help with a couple of other watersheds as well. I want to thank her for the comments she made about the Los Cerritos Channel situation. I would add one thing to the consideration of bacteria, in that we have been awaiting a TMDL, which we've been told we are going to be issued by the Regional Water Board. So that will influence some of the details that we bring in, particularly in the third generation of the adaptive management. Also want to comment a little bit too about the RAA itself. And to actually go back to 2015, when you adopted a priority, an order, which actually told us then that by June 30th of next year, we would have to redo the plans and also the RAAs. So that's something we've known for some time. And we've done that in our watershed. You may know for the watershed management programs, we've had 2 adaptive management cycles already, one in 2017 and one in 2019. And we actually started rewriting our plan back in the 2017 adaptive management. 2019, I had 95 pages of revised plan, actually including something that State Board staff said we didn't have because they hadn't had a chance to look at the 2019. And that was a particular schedule that they said we didn't have. But those 2 adaptive management programs are important, but the relationship between the RAA and the WMP, I think, is also important. And my view of that relationship is that the RAA is not my plan. The RAA checks the plan and makes suggestions for improving the plan. So it provides a statistical independent cross-check of the plan. And that's the reason we've been really emphasizing completing a rewrite of our plan. We're actually rewriting some of the stuff we rewrote in December because of what you have put forward, or the staff has put forward in these proposed orders. And so I think to me, that's what happens in that June or July 1 through June 30, 2021 to 2022 period. It gives the regional board time to approve our plans, to take a look at the RAAs, and for us to respond to changes that are proposed by the RAAs. We're already under contract with an RAA consultant. And as I say, I'm trying to turn around the chapters of my plan fast enough to get them to them so that they're actually checking what I say we're going to do. I also want to support what Paul Alba said, and also note that we were a very fortunate small watershed. You know, we've now invested almost $72 million of non-Measure W money, 7.5 million of which actually came from the county. They matched some money from Caltrans. But what we've been able to do in what we had said in our 2015 plan is we mentioned a couple of projects, and we've actually got 4 that will be done by June 30th. And we've identified several others, and we've got at least one other funded now, a 5th one funded. So we've been able to do a lot, and it just hasn't been quite enough to do. But I do think what the provisions that you're making, the time to allow the board to implement or approve our plans, and for us to implement and actually start implementing the revised plan, not just focus on the existing plan, but we'll start implementing the revisions that we've already submitted to them by the end of June. So again, I thank you very much. There's one thing I guess I did partially comment on that. I kind of wish the staff had had a chance to look at the 2019 adaptive management stuff, because some of the comments they made in there were not quite up to date. But overall, I think you've come a long way, and I look forward to seeing what happens today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Watson, for your engagement and for acknowledgement and or at least flagging that it seems that folks are coming to greater agreement here. And I think as we certainly iterate around these policies, continue to refine and hopefully get to the outcomes here. So just thank you for your continued engagement around this. Next, we have Caitlin Kalua from California Coastkeeper. Ms. Kalua.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I'm the policy manager of the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeeper organizations, not limited to Los Angeles Waterkeeper, but local waterkeeper organizations throughout the state. As an alliance, we comment today in support of the adoption of this order and appreciate that the precedent-setting principles of this order will ultimately inform other regional boards' efforts to collaboratively manage stormwater and ultimately improve water quality. Overall, we strongly support the timely adoption of this order to uphold the 6 and 12-month timeframes and appreciate the efforts, and well, truly, especially appreciate the efforts undertaken by staff to bring this final order before the board so soon after last month's workshop. We do remain concerned that permittees have until June of 2021 to complete work that was required years ago, and said essentially that this June 2021 deadline should apply to demonstrating compliance with these past deadlines. And so that's a distinction we would like to make sure is flagged before staff goes on to deliberate, or before you deliberate and staff responds. We also support the State Water Board's conclusion that failing to meet interim milestones results in a loss of deemed compliance and is subject to enforcement. Yet, as was previously discussed today, the latest draft does include the concerning new language that allows for conditional approval by the executive officer of an updated draft, or was mentioned in this morning's panel, a statement that the permittee is planning to plan, which essentially punts compliance even further into the future. Additional language is needed to establish protective sideboards that would clarify when conditional approval is not appropriate. And building from today's discussion, we're curious to know what an RAA change would look like that would actually give rise to public review and comment. And ultimately, what would be considered an abuse of discretion for conditional approval? Are there examples that the State Water Board can provide to guide this process? So overall, just want to say thank you to your board's commitment to ensuring that there are clear enforceable deadlines and interim milestones, and that ultimately for the goal of receiving water limitations. And again, appreciate the robust conversation today, and we support adoption. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kalua. I'd be interested to hear just what sort of sideboards do we have when it comes to some of the guidance in there, and if there is anything. Do you have any language suggestions actually, Ms. Kalua?
I don't, but I can refer to our attorneys.
Okay. Mr. Bishop.
So, conditional approval is a mechanism for when the executive officer sees that the plan is pretty close, but there are some technical changes that need to be made to bring it into compliance. And instead of rejecting it and making them make those changes and bring it back, they can get started on most of it. So it's not a plan to plan. It is a approval of substance of the plan with some changes. Most everything that we get has some deficiency. They don't have to be major, but there's still some deficiency that needs to be corrected. We use these kind of conditional approvals in all sorts of our programs, so that we don't end up in a loop on approvals. That's really
and I think it's hard for us here at the state level to really, I mean, at least to my mind, to say where that line is, where you land on, conditional approval with some, again, some remediation or correction within the plan, and then allowing for people to start, or simply a disapproval of it. And we trust the regional boards in exercising this this sort of balancing. I'll have to give it some additional thought myself, whether there's something there that we can, that lends itself to an easy sort of marker where it would disapprove. But I do have a hard time on what that would look like. Mr. Wiles.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just wanted to point out, we did try to include some sideboards, some discussion in the order itself about conditional approvals. Okay. And so what the order currently says is that conditional approvals should not be used to fundamentally alter the WIMP or to fix egregious deficiencies. And then we also say that the we looked at these particular conditional approvals and didn't find anything that constituted a major substantive change. So I think that's what I believe that people will read as sort of the sideboards. You can't fundamentally change the plan, and so that is a meaningful sideboard. We make it clear that the plan doesn't have to be approvable in its current form, that the executive officer has the ability to make some changes, but not substantive changes as part of a conditional approval.
That's actually quite helpful. I appreciate that, Mr. Wiles. I mean, there is some sideboard there. Yeah, if you go back and you come back with a completely new plan, different plan, that's it's not what this process is meant to allow for. Okay.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I should point out for those who are trying to follow, that language is on the bottom of page 35 of the clean version, and I'm afraid I don't have the page number for the version with comparison.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kalua, and thank you for that exchange, Mr. Wiles. Next, we have Nick Gurelli.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Nick Gurelli. I represent a group of 12 cities in LA County. And to begin with, I just want to thank State Water Board staff for seriously considering our comments, as well as taking effort to improve the clarity of the final order. One question I do want to ask and perhaps suggest a further clarification, and this is partly because I've received this question from several permittees who are members of EWIMP groups who were not specifically addressed by this order and were not subject to the petitions that were submitted to the State Water Board, whether the order number 3 on page 166 of the clean draft, which requires permittees to submit by June 30th, 2021, a confirmation that they have achieved compliance with all of the milestones in their EWIMPs and WIMPs. So to the extent that we can either receive an oral clarification or something in writing that this order does apply to, this portion of the order does apply to all permittees or just the permittees addressed by the petitions would be helpful so that I can respond to that question. Footnote 220 does address our comment regarding the use of monitoring data to improve the RAAs. And I just want to clarify, we thank you for addressing our comments, but did not want to suggest that the RAAs are not important. And we understand that they are fundamental to crafting a good WIMP or EWIMP. But however, we did think that given 5 years of time passing since these WIMPs and EWIMPs were first approved, that there was a more important role for monitoring data that may have rendered this order unnecessary if the regional board were able to use that to improve the WIMPs as part of the normal update. We also want to thank the board for acknowledging the costs associated with implementing the WIMPs and EWIMPs and preparing those documents. One thing I would acknowledge is that there actually is no analysis of what costs might be incurred by the permittees to actually comply with the more rigorous modeling requirements in this order. And finally, I'm glad that Richard Watson spoke before me because one of my comments was to really encourage the board to take seriously the comments and inquiries from the consultants who are actually on the ground preparing the WIMPs and EWIMPs and the RAAs. So that is all. I appreciate the final order, and thank you.
Appreciate you too, and thank you, Mr. Gurelli, for your comments. Mr. Bishop, I think you were going to pop in on the first question regarding the applicability to non-named WIMPs and EWIMPs here.
Well, the intent was that that it applies to all of the groups. If that's not clear, we can consider adding something to make it clear. We thought it was.
Okay.
If I can, I'll just point out, if you read down about a half a page, item number 6 does refer specifically to the other WIMPs and e-WIMPs, and does say that they are, the water board, the LA Regional Board is directed to ensure that all other WIMPs and e-WIMPs conform to the order's requirements. But I think it's a fair question from Mr. Gorelli, so I think we will propose during the break just a small clarification to number 3 as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the acknowledgement again of the continued good work I think that we're all moving toward here. I'll just flag later in our priorities discussion in that document is a focus on cost of compliance when it comes to stormwater. And I just want to thank board members Dodak and Vice Chair Diadamo for helping continue to lead some discussion that we're interested in continuing to refine our understanding of the costs and help to get to the outcomes we need here. So just appreciate Mr. Gorelli. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think that brings us to our last commenter, Heather Miranda from the city of Santa Clarita.
Morning, how are you? Dealing with some technical issues there. I appreciate your time and consideration in allowing me to speak on this item today. I do appreciate all the time and effort that staff from State Board and Regional Board and CASCA have gone into trying to address this very complicated technical, legal, and environmental issue. But my bigger concern here is the policy of the State Board using a petition process to develop a policy that is now applying to everyone outside of these specific and narrow watershed petitions, as well as statewide. When this item is noticed, it's noticed for a very narrow reason. And those of us who are involved in the LAMS4 and dealing with statewide issues, there are limits to the days and hours that we have to be able to address these issues and to comment on things and address these things. And we're getting to the point now where we are in the middle of an NPDES permit negotiation. We're in the middle of trying to update our plans, and we have very little regulatory certainty if a petition to a very specific and narrow watershed plan now becomes applicable to all of us who have done the work and are not part of the petition. And so I really would like the State Board members to honestly consider the ramifications to the other cities and the other watershed plans. We are putting together multiple millions of dollars of projects and plans, and these take many, many years. We have done a lot of work in our modeling and monitoring. And if we don't have regulatory certainty, if someone can just come and petition the board on a very narrow item and then have it change the playing field for all of us without having us have enough time and energy and resources to be able to participate in the process, that just doesn't give us regulatory certainty, and it leaves us in a lurch. And so I would just respectfully request that board members really take that into consideration when you're making these kinds of decisions of a precedential nature. It just really kind of pulls the rug out from underneath those of us who are really working hard and trying to make these things happen. And I would really encourage you to work more closely, as I think Chair Munoz had said, to work collaboratively with the executive officers of the regional boards and the regional board staff, rather than giving these directives, through a very legal process, so that we can come together and understand the issues and concerns that are addressed, that are being, addressed in these narrow watershed petitions, but now apply to all of us and affect all of us in the middle of the NPDES permit negotiation. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. And appropriate concern and flag around how we set precedent. There are different ways that which the board can set its policies and precedents. One is through the petition process and then determining portions of that to be precedential, or a wholesale starting an initiative, a general order or otherwise, that is clear from the beginning. And I can sympathize that sometimes the name of the item may not fully communicate, or even the description fully communicate to what degree those not specifically named perhaps in a petition. I think we've tried, I think we did hear quite a bit of discussion that did go on at the state and regional level along with stakeholders, but appreciate the flag nonetheless that perhaps we can do better in making sure that we clarify and make clear when something is contemplated to be precedential, and then requiring the attention of folks that perhaps aren't specifically named in the petition that we were that came up to us on the item to begin with. So I appreciate your comments there.
I'll just add to that. I share the frustration that you know, it's hard to track all of the potential issues that might be contemplated in the various petitions. I think in this case, you know, I certainly feel like we should go forward. I don't have concerns that we should delay what we're doing now. But I do think that, you know, that is the inherent challenge in the way that we process petitions. I do think we could do better at looking at how we do outreach, especially for stakeholders that may be impacted by, you know, the presidential order, but aren't, you know, I think often folks really rely on associations to be able to be tracking all of this and report back to their members. But I think there's a lot of folks that are impacted, and we should just be looking at how we can continue to do better around outreach for those, you know, for people and stakeholders that will be directly impacted, both on the regulatory side and community side. You know, various needs. I think it's hard to figure out how best to track and participate in these. And I do think it's the nature of the process we have, but just ask staff to be maybe working with Office of Public Participation and thinking about sort of all our regional boards who have a good sense of the stakeholders about how we can continue to do better on that.
So I would just add, I concur with the chair and board member Firestone, and think that there's probably a way that we can improve, including through our liaison roles with the regional boards, that we could, you know to flag these issues when we are working on an order as part of our updates. So there's probably some things we could do on our end as well. I see, Mr. Bishop, that you were going to say something, and my question is specifically on the precedential aspects of this. At what point did that become apparent? I just want to make sure that this isn't something through the most recent revisions that, you know, just suddenly occurred. So, even though I know it's a complicated process, I have seen through time that whether it's through associations or word of mouth, people kind of figure out, oh, okay, that's like what we had on our East San Joaquin order. That was a very region-specific name, but folks understood in the ag community that, you know, that was something that they needed to follow. So how long has that been in the mix?
So this, I think we need to rewind a little bit. The precedential nature of allowing for alternative compliance programs that are rigorous and accountable was done in 2015 in the precedential, that order. What this order does is implement that precedential order and it has been, since the initial draft, has pointed to, if you're going to use alternative compliance, these are the kinds of rigor that you need to impose. It's not, I wouldn't say this is pulling the rug out of anyone. It is more specific and more clarifying of what that rigor and accountability that we described in 2015 is. I would also say that the board over the last 10 years has had 2, maybe 3 precedential orders. These are very rare. We made a concerted effort as an organization 12, 13 years ago to move away from policy by precedential order to doing plans and policies instead. They take a lot longer, but they do provide for more input into the process. And so we don't do a lot of them. And where we do them, we try and be very judicious in what we call as precedential. But I would say that it doesn't make any logical sense to, in my opinion, to have a order that describes what you need to do to be, to avail yourself of deemed compliance and not ensure that that is done in a statewide way.
That helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate and know that we have ultimately moved away largely from what was a use of petitions as and then setting precedent through them as a way of setting policy here at the board. And again, maybe just always improved communication, but to Mr. Bishop's point, in this case particularly, I don't read anything in the order that should be so very inconsistent with the good work that is going on when it comes to the reissuance of the MPDS MS4 permit at the region and the analysis and work being done at the region. But anyway.
I did not want to insinuate that we don't agree that we can always do better in communicating. That was not my intent.
Oh, of course, Mr. Bishop, thank you.
If I could just add, as the instigator of that change from using petition to set policy, I share the speaker's concern, and that was one of the reasons why we shifted to a more proactive, forward-looking statewide policy setting process. But having said that, I do share that concern, and I do agree with Board Member Firestone and with the Vice Chair that we should consciously have an internal process where there be some coordination between the Office of Public Participation and I guess OCC on these petitions when, again, it's rare, but when we do take one up, it is of statewide significance. And so there should be some internal process for that kind of coordination and outreach to affected stakeholders. That's just a flag for something that we should do internally.
Yeah, very much agreed, Board Member. Board Member McGuire, and I think Mr. Wiles wants to help add to the discussion here.
Okay, yeah, great comments all around. And I just want to also add that this is a planning process and a permit that's happening in real time. And so there is an urgency to providing, when we take up a petition and certainly when it has precedential ramifications, that we do that in a timely fashion. And I know this is really complex. There's a lot going on here. And this is not to point fingers as to, why it took a few years to get through this petition or this order. But it is important because it does confuse the process a bit. It does complicate matters for the permittees who now have to factor this in along with the tentative order that the regional board is considering. So just to flag for future instances of petitions, when we take them up, when we know they're going to impact future permit cycles, that we think carefully about the timing and try and turn these around in a way that will help inform the regional boards when they have to take additional actions and when the permittees do as well. So just a general comment on that.
Thank you, Board Member. Mr. Wiles.
Thanks for all the points, and I think they're all very well taken. I just wanted to offer that I think as we accept petitions, that is, as the board decides to take up a petition, what we could do at the Office of Chief Counsel is ensure that our correspondence alerting the petitioner and the regional board and the interested parties that we are taking up the petition, that gets much broader circulation, primarily to stakeholder groups to the extent that we can, but we do sometimes, and I can't say for sure that we always do, use the board's email distribution list, the LIRIS lists for subject matters. We do sometimes, but I think we can make sure that that becomes part of our process so that everybody who's subscribed to receive updates about any particular subject matter, if that subject matter is implicated in the petition, then they can be sure to receive the notice that the state board is taking up the petition. And I think that that will help to, it will at least help to ensure that everybody has notice about the issues that are going to be taken up by the board. And it is sometimes a delicate balance whether something should be taken up as a petition versus a water quality control plan. But obviously there are many advantages to taking it up through a planning process rather than an adjudicative petition process.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I think that's a good first step, and appreciate the recommendation. We're getting maybe a little far afield, but I'll just put a plug that ultimately it's about making sure that we have the systems on the back end that allow us to really plug into our various constituencies easily when the much work that goes on at the board happens. But that's a longer term resource and project discussion. But I think there's a lot of interest here from the board that we continue to do better on the communication side. Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes public comment here. I know that there were a few items that we had flagged for discussion for folks in the program, staff to go back and bring back us some language on. I think the RAA issue that we explored with EO Purdy is one of the top ones. But the other two items she flagged, I think are worthwhile to have some, the San Gabriel issue insofar as consistency on the prospective or perspective application of all this, and then also these Los Cerritos Creek issues she brought up. Is there anything else, board members, particularly as well, and Mr. Bishop?
Yeah, we also were going to address the issue of clarifying on that that it applies to all the groups.
Yeah, that was Mr. Gorelli's point, and I think it's clear, I think, on item 6, but we were going to make consistency on item 3 as well. Anything else folks want to flag? I think what I'll say is we'll go ahead and take an early somewhat lunch here, take a 30-minute break, because I think that should, or I want to hear from Mr. Wiles and folks how much time you need, and then we can come back with some further changes. Mr. Wiles?
Well, at the risk of being overly optimistic, I think we can be finished in something on the order of 10 minutes. But certainly—
That's overly optimistic. I would suggest—
I'm hearing disagreement.
It always takes longer than that for us to work through these, and we're always late coming back. It's 11:25. The earliest I would suggest we reconvene is at noon. I don't believe that we'll get it done before then. And so.
Board members, anything else you want to make sure and flag for Mr. Wiles and Mr. Bishop before we go into break here and they come back with us, come back to us rather with some modifications in language here on the items we flagged? Okay, I think that captures everything we were looking for then. So let's go ahead and I'll take Mr. Bishop's suggestion. We'll recess here until noon, and then we'll come back and we'll continue the item then.
Great. It looks like Mr. Pugsley has his hand raised.
I just saw that raise. Mr. Pugsley, did you have a comment?
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, did the board want us to have follow-up examples from our testimony? There was some indication at the time we gave it that would be the case. So I was just trying to clarify.
Mr. McGuire, I think you had brought up maybe wanting to, I think if I recall correct, amongst your items, is really wanting to see better sideboards, not unlike Ms. Kalua's request there around when deemed compliance is appropriate or conditional compliance is appropriate as opposed to not. There was some discussion back and forth that there is a language in there, Mr. Wiles pointed to, that does give some sideboards, if you will. That was enough for me. I don't know at this point if there's any further language that I would be I think that would be very useful, I think, in some of that, but I'm willing to hear from other board members if they are feeling otherwise.
Yeah, for me, the discussion we had and the staff clarification of what a conditional approval would look like and what deemed compliance includes or doesn't include was helpful to provide my comfort with moving forward with the language as written today.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also comfortable given the discussion that we've had with staff.
Okay, thank you so much, board members. And thank you, Mr. Pugsley, for the good comments and still spurring good discussion here. Okay, well then we will recess until 12 o'clock and we will all see you then. And we'll consider this our lunch break. We'll have an early lunch. So thank you all. And we'll see you soon. right, hello everyone. We're at 12:01. I think we can start to gather back. Hope everyone had a good break.
And Chair Esquivel, as we wait for you all to have a quorum here, we're going to have Ryan Mallory Jones from the Office of Chief Counsel will go through a slightly marked up version of the clean version of the draft order so that you can see how the staff collectively between the Division of Water Quality and the Office of Chief Counsel have tried to address the key issues that were raised by the board members following the public comment.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mallory Jones.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes,
All
we
right.
can.
I'm going to attempt to share my screen, which I haven't done in Zoom before, but let's see. Is that showing up for everybody?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go through first a series of 3 changes we've made here, and then address one outstanding issue, I think from the comments that we are proposing to not make changes in response to. And I'll explain that as well. And if there's any follow-ups you have, feel free to ask or feel free to pop in at any time. So the first change I'm going to cover here is in response to Ms. Purdy's comments regarding the reasonable assurance analysis guidelines. We've made some edits here. As you can see, I'll read through them. So initially, so you can see the original text versus the changed text. It now reads, we appreciate the Los Angeles Water Board's point that the field of RAAs is constantly evolving, and we understand the Los Angeles Water Board's alternative compliance approach benefits from being able to timely incorporate new developments into its RAA guidelines. To accommodate that, we suggest the RAA guidelines be incorporated into the Los Angeles MS4 order as an attachment or by reference as new language, and that the authority to make, and we struck the word limited here, revisions to the RAA guidelines rather than attachment, consistent with the overall approach approved by the Los Angeles Water Board, be expressly delegated by the LA Water Board to its executive officer with a procedure for appropriate public notice and comment. We added that the delegation should also provide that the executive officer shall bring to the Los Angeles Water Board for approval any proposed revisions to the RAA guidelines that are significant or generate significant public controversy. I'm going to scroll down for some additional changes. As documents heavily relied upon by the permittees in determining how to fashion programs, that the Los Angeles Water Board's executive officer would approve. Here's some more changed language. The RAA guidelines should be incorporated into the order and subject to public comment and approval as outlined above. So here we're trying to, the changes here are intended to allow the RAA guidelines to be incorporated into the order by reference, provide for public comment, the ability at least, or the opportunity for the LA board, the full LA board itself to consider them. And we think this strikes an appropriate balance given the importance of the RAA guidelines to the program itself and the development of the reasonable assurance analyses, which are such a fundamental part. So if there's no questions on those changes, I'm going to jump down to the next ones. Oh, and I'm sorry, I should have added, these changes are on pages 62 to 63 of the clean version and on the same of the, I think, page 63 of the strike through version that was provided prior to this meeting. So as I jump down, the next edit is on page 112 of the clean version, as well as on the strike through version. And here, this is another change in response to Ms. Purdy's comments regarding the retroactivity of some principles here in the initial draft of this order. We had articulated some principles relative to non-modeled controls that would require the groups looking back to demonstrate that they've actually achieved some water quality milestones. That changed as this order developed, and it's now a principle we've articulated going forward. There's some language here identified by Ms. Purdy that was inconsistent with that new direction, and we've struck it. So here, we articulate above this that the group needs to demonstrate that it has implemented the controls to which it committed in order to retain its deemed compliance, but it does not have to look back and show that it necessarily achieved that 10% reduction by the date identified, or else lose its deemed compliance. This is contrasted a little bit from the normal operation of or not contrasted, but as a reminder, the normal operation of the MS4 order and the deemed compliance is that where they miss a milestone, they need to update their plan to ensure, where they implement controls but miss the underlying water quality milestone, they need to update their plan to ensure they get back on track, but it's not tied to their deemed compliance. This makes this discussion consistent with the normal operation of the deemed compliance provisions. And so I think that addresses Ms. Purdy's comment. And then there's one additional change we made, and I'm going to jump down now to pages, I think 169 on the initial clean version, 170 of the comparison version that was released before this. And this is in response to Mr. Gorelli's comment, seeking some more clarity on whether or not all the WIMP watershed management program and enhanced watershed management groups that have approved plans are required to do that process of going back and showing they've done their past work. So we made some changes here to make that more clear, saying the Los Angeles Water Board, it is directed to ensure that all WIMP and EWIMP groups, including those not discussed in this order, have by June 30th, 2021 submitted demonstrations that they have completed work associated with their prior and current milestones. It's definitely a process we want them all to engage in. So those are the changes we made in response to comments. The one outstanding comment that I want to address that we did not make changes in response to was raised by Ms. Purdy and by Mr. Richard Watson regarding the deemed compliance status of the Los Cerritos channel group. There was a ask that the Los Cerritos channel group be deemed in compliance, where we identified flaws with the Los Cerritos channel group's limiting pollutant approach, that they continue to be deemed in compliance with all of the pollutants that they mention in their plan. We declined to make changes there as proposed right now because while the Los Cerritos channel group generally says that they're using a limiting pollutant approach, as we explain in the draft order, once we dove into it, we found that the actual implementation that they proposed did not match up. There's no expectation in their plan itself that the schedule they propose will actually be sufficient to treat these other pollutants. So it didn't really fall into that concept of the limiting pollutant approach as we discussed in the order at all, even as a matter of being a flawed limiting pollutant approach. They acknowledge that the schedule will not be enough to treat bacteria, which is really the only outstanding pollutant that they identify. The other pollutants they identify, either the schedules they proposed are completed by now or weren't expected to be addressed through the limiting pollutant approach at all, even nominally. So I hope that addresses any questions related to that, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mallory Jones. I don't think I have any other questions. I think that the changes fulfill at least what I was looking for. Any other board members though?
Just maybe a point of clarification on the Los Cerritos channel group. Mr. Watson had mentioned that they've been through numerous iterations with their plan, and I know you didn't review their latest iteration, which was maybe last year. And so just to clarify, would that group have an opportunity to regain deemed compliance status through the more recent work that they've done, or by 2021?
Yeah, I absolutely. One of the drawbacks, if you will, of this process is that the iterations of these order plans we looked at were their earlier ones, and they've continued development they've gone forward. But I'd say if there is a iteration of their plan that's been approved by the LA Board Executive Officer that sort of meets the principles we outline, which is that they evaluated the pollutant and they've identified a schedule to address it with enforceable benchmarks, then I'd see no reason that they would not be eligible for deemed compliance based on that. But just as a matter of the iteration of the plan we reviewed here and the way that the pollutant was addressed, we're not proposing to change our conclusion right now.
All right, that helps. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I saw, Mr. Watson, you did have your hand up there a moment, but you took it back down. So that may have satisfied your question as well. But feel free to raise it back up if you do want to make a comment. Yes, Mr. Watson.
Yes, I appreciated the question from the board and also the answer. I think I understand it, that when we discuss the 2019 change, and this will also be in context, as I mentioned in my testimony, that we've also been expecting a TMDL, which was delayed partially because of COVID-19. And so we hadn't gone as far as we might have because we knew that TMDL was coming. So I will review this with Water Board staff and we'll make whatever additional changes we have to make so we can be deemed in compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Watson. Any other board members with questions or thoughts on the changes proposed at this point? Well, I just want to really acknowledge and thank the really good work of everyone involved here. Again, these are very complicated matters, technical matters, but with really critical outcomes. And having this sort of clarity of purpose here, and also the collaboration with everyone, again, has been led us to a better product here, I know. And so just want to thank everyone's long hours that have gone over into this process over the months, years, really, ultimately, decades. So with that, and hearing no other any comment or further need for adjustment, I'd entertain a motion.
I'm sure Mr. Laufer will jump in to aid me, but I will move for adoption with the changes just to the record by staff. And that, of course, include all the changes that were released as a draft for our consideration today. Did that cover everything, Mr. Laufer?
Well put, Member Dodek.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
That very confused sounding motion.
Not at all. Perfectly clear. And thank you, board members. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Dodek?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is passed. Thank you everyone again for the great and incredible work, and look forward to continued iteration around this discussion. Won't be the last time we're all discussing this critical issue. That brings us now to item number, hold on one moment, I have to pull up my agenda again. Yes, item number 5, which is, and we're moving now into a tranche of informational items. And here we have item number 5, which is a presentation of our fiscal year 2019-2020 annual performance report. And just want to kick off again and just thanking the incredible work of everyone in the programs and leadership around this, in particular leadership from Board Member Dodek, who really brought this program, first instituted this program here at the board, and I just feel incredibly proud of the transparency that it brings to our programs and our ability to try to quantify, create some widgets at least on the permit number side, the number of inspections, et cetera, into our work so that we have that transparent view into our organization, both for the benefit of us board members here on the policy side, but more critically the public, who sometimes hard to really understand what all activity goes on here at the board. So proud of this item and the good work that has gone into it. So welcome folks to on the program side to begin. I think we have Beverly here and as well Greg Gerhardt.
Hi, this is Bev Anderson-Abbs. Greg is a couple of minutes from getting here, so he'll join as soon as he arrives back in. But I will get started with going over the performance report for fiscal year 2019-20. First, I'd like to thank Chair Esquivel and the board members for the support that they've given over the years in producing this performance report and helping us to get open data and pushing for the data tools that we now have. So it's been a fairly quick ride from what we used to have with the performance reports to where we are now. There's still a ways to go to get more open data and to get more connections, but I think we've come a long way, and I'm pretty proud of where we are at this point with the performance reports. So if I could get to the next slide, that would be great. So the performance reports are something that the Water Board has been doing since 2008, 2009. It's a web-based report, and it's organized by the major functions within the Water Boards. We try to make sure that we're documenting some of the efforts to protect and allocate the state's waters and have programs setting clear and measurable targets that they are working towards through the course of the year. Next slide, please. Why do we do this? As Chair Esquivel pointed out, this allows for transparency and accountability within the water boards. And as I mentioned, this has increased many times over the last couple of years with our now ability to attach the data directly to the performance reports. Previously, the reports were static pages with just numbers with no apparent connection to what those numbers actually meant. And now we can actually drill into the data, see where inspections have been taking place, see what the outcomes of inspections are. And the next steps will be to start trying to connect some of the different cards together. So if we have an inspection at a facility with a certain outcome, or with a certain violation being detected, what was the outcome of that violation? Start making some cross references between the various sections. It helps the programs manage and evaluate their programs. So, and again, especially now that we've got the data connected, programs and regions have been able to look at their data throughout the year and see if they need to do more work in some areas. They can see if they're meeting their targets. They can check on which inspections or which permits we're able to pull out and make sure that our data are correct in the databases that we're pulling from. And it's helping to lead to an increase in public confidence in what the water boards are doing. So this has just been moving forward all this time. Next slide, please. This is the 12th year for these performance reports, and we're currently drawing from more than 10 enterprise databases and making that better all the time. When I started working in this program 3 years ago, we had 170 separate static HTML pages on the performance report website. We're now down to 29 interactive visualizations collecting all of that information together. And this includes targets for the 9 regions and for the State Water Board, as well as measures of different things depending on the program and what they want to be showing in their visualizations. We also have a section with outcomes. This is something that we want to move more towards, is getting some outcome-based measures. Right now, our only outcome-based measures are the water quality report cards, which used to be the TMDL report cards. We've moved on and we've started having more report cards that aren't necessarily connected to a TMDL. And so far, we've got 224 separate report cards that we need to start winnowing down a little bit. And those cover 168 different projects throughout the state. And there's one that I particularly want to show off towards the end here, that we've moved some of the report cards from a static PDF format to again, interactive story map format. So you can scroll through and see what's going on and see how things are changing with the data that's being collected. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary of what the water boards is and what's behind all of this, which I won't go into necessarily here, but you can see that the water boards has a fairly substantial annual operating budget, coming in at about $736 million, 2,200 positions throughout the state. We're regulating 46,000 plus dischargers, and somewhere around 34,000 water rights holders. So there's a lot of moving parts to the water boards. We're also putting a lot of money out into the communities. So $902 million in local assistance funding and cleanup programs, $12 billion in loans for various projects. So a lot of money going out to help those different areas with water quality issues of various kinds. Next slide, please.
Yes. Those numbers, is that over 10 years or how many years is that across?
That's 1920.
Okay. Oh, no, that's just for the year.
Yes.
Okay. Incredible.
Yeah, and we do have a fund card that you can scroll through and see where all those numbers come from. So yeah, that was just 1920. So now this takes us to how we find the performance reports. We used to have a really nice big button on the side of every water board web page. Now it's kind of hidden down at the bottom, but at the bottom of every water board web page, there is, in the resources column down near the bottom, it says performance report. And if you click on that, that will take you now to the current 2019-20 performance report. So next slide. And from here, I'm going to go into the performance report itself rather than doing some static cards. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm hoping that you can now see the performance report webpage.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So when you click on that, we go to the fiscal year 1920 performance report. As I mentioned, it's broken down into these categories here. So 6 main categories: plan and assess, regulate, clean up, enforce, fund, and allocate. And then we also have a section for targets for where the regions and the state boards set targets for the year, and we track how they're doing with those targets. And so if you click on the targets tab, it'll take you to a page that looks like this, and this will give a summary of all the regional board targets. When you go to this, it's actually got all of the regional boards rolled up in here. So if you'd like to see a certain board's targets and how they did, just click on this regional filter and it'll just give you what that region has done. So we can very quickly see, in this case, how Region 1 did. And then if there were any regional considerations that they wanted to include, those will come up over on the side here. And you can read what was on cases for this year. Regional considerations were largely around work slowdowns associated with COVID-19 and work from home issues. So there's a lot of information in some of these that we may not have seen previously. I think I was missing a couple of slides. And then that's region 2 there. So we can see all of these different regional targets and how they did with a score up at the top in how well they got to their targets, whether they did or not. And then if we go to the regulate page, this is probably one of the more busy pages that has incorporated most of the data that we have for the regulation of the different programs. So when you come to a page like this, there are a number of filters at the top, and you can see here, you can look back a number of years, and we'll be adding the prior years back to 2008, 2009. We've just got it back to 14, 15 at this point. But you can look back through the different years of the performance report and see how things were. If you want to look at different program categories, this second filter will give you a list of the program categories that are rolled up into this card. And then if you want to focus down on region, it will focus the whole page on that particular region's data. So it'll change all of the graphs and everything else. And then for those regions, if they then, or if somebody wants to see where were these inspections done, many of the pages have that click or view data set or view data up in the top left-hand corner. And if you click on that, you can get whatever information you need about where the inspections were done, or in the permits card where the permits were, what facilities had permits written or amended, and then just simply click back and move on with what we've got here. So, and then another one, this card is for the cleanup program. This one, we were just able this year to get the connections to GeoTracker to be able to build this card. So in this case, we've taken this from, I think, 12 separate web pages to this one card where you can look at or filter for site cleanup program, for military sites or DoD sites, and for LUST, leaking underground storage tank sites. And then you can look at active and closed cases. You can take a look at where the regions are with how they're doing. And then again, we've got a view data set. And in this case, we can come here and select a region that we might be interested in right in here and look directly at their data. So all these direct connections to the data have allowed us to be able to work with the regions to make sure their data are updated and correct, and we can get everything that we need. And then just really quickly, for the TMDL program, this falls under the Plan and Assess program. This is another card that has multiple aspects to it. So if you wanted to look at the TMDL projects that were adopted during the fiscal year, you can go to this tab and then actually see what the projects were that were adopted this year and any dates associated with it. In this case, these ones haven't gone to the state board at this point, or I haven't received data about that at this point. And again, you can filter by fiscal year and choose whatever it is you want to look at for those things. And then one more, if we go into the TMDL report cards, actually I'm going to back up just for a second to that previous page. The TMDL report cards are also listed here. We have the TMDL implementation and outcomes tab, and that shows you how cards have been listed, how many projects are adopted, how many projects have been reconsidered and adopted, and then like the total of 303D listings that have been addressed by all of these projects that the various regions are working on. Again, we have a a year filter. So if we want to look at just what the cards are that were written for this year, it's got that listing. And another view the data thing gives us a brief summary of what each of the report cards has in it. And then one of the report cards, this is the one that I mentioned that we're quite excited about going this direction with some of these new report cards. Rather than having a static PDF, we've been working with some of the regions to build report cards that are a little more interactive. They still have all the same information that we have always wanted to see in the report cards, but they're a little more interesting for the public. They're a little more interesting for showing to, or showing for presentations, and they still have a ton of good information. In this case, we've got some sort of before and after photos that you can see what's been going on in the various watersheds that Region 1's been working with. You can see that the riparian has been getting improved by the programs they're involved with. So a lot of different information goes into these. They're a lot of work, but they can be really nice stories to tell about the stuff that's going on in the watersheds that that all the people, all the regions are working on. And with that.
Hey, Bev, that's great. I'll dive in.
Okay.
With that, you can hand it back to me. So, and thank you very much for covering while I had to sign a form. So I just want to say thank you to the team and acknowledge that both Bev and Allison Callalang from my shop were instrumental to making this report happen, but also Susan Kelly and others in the Division of Information Technology were absolutely instrumental in converting a lot of the different report cards into the format you see and to make it interactive, as well as the open data components of like really amazing transformations in the last 2 years based on this team's dedicated work. We're also having discussions with the programs this year to add new measures and potentially new targets in the areas of the SAFER program, as well as just throughout the Division of Drinking Water and other sort of newer programs that are coming on board at the Water Board. This is a constantly evolving kind of a project. It is, if it hasn't been mentioned already, it is well recognized as perhaps the best example of state government performance-based approach for both the historical elements of it, as well as just the continued adapting and evolving and improving of the way that we communicate the data and information. So I just really want to appreciate, thank, and I do appreciate all the work that Bev and Allison and Susan and others have done to make this, as well as the fact that this is a report card that isn't a program. It reflects the whole organization. So it literally takes hundreds of people around the Water Board to make this performance report actually work. So I think with that, we can open it up for any questions that the board members may have.
Just start with I'm incredibly impressed and just want to thank the good work that's gone into continue to make the data more usable, but also to incorporate narrative. You know, as a humanities major, an English major that really does appreciate that we do communicate through story, we do communicate through narrative amongst each other, but that the data itself is what daylights the discussion and the narrative is great. And just thank you for that sort of focus. And, you know, I can appreciate, I think the first briefing in the first performance report that I had the pleasure of interacting and being briefed with and discussed here at the board was using, I think, Google Fusion tables at the time. But that was even for itself in that moment for the board, our resources, where we were in our discussion around open data and the data systems that we use was itself an innovation, and continue to iterate from just the static HTML pages where they started. And then now really integrated, you know, being able to see across the decade, the really great work that and numbers and kind of compare and be able to analyze is going to really continue to enrich what are our discussions, I think, at the board around how do we continue to improve our outcomes as an organization? How do we bring in these 21st century tools and technologies that really elevate our discussion as board members, but also the public that are engaging with our programs, and continue to innovate and lead in being transparent and accountable, given the broad work that goes on and the difficulty of being able to really be on the pulse of it all. And these tools allow us to do that And I just want to thank you for that. I can see how it's iterating and really ultimately just will kind of be a page in a compendium, maybe more in real time, and we'll have these yearly snapshots, but really it'll be, letting everyone know that the next year's data set has been integrated in our performance platform. So thank you for all that. Look forward to continual discussion and innovation around this, but just don't have much other. I've been browsing around. I think there's it's interesting how you can see certainly the impacts in certain programs, particularly inspections of the COVID crisis, the pandemic, and the responses, and appropriately then some impacts within the programs. I think it speaks to the accuracy of certainly the data, and again, the honest engagement that we're here to have around how we're doing and continuing to assess that. So thank you. Other board members?
I'll just chime in and say ditto to everything the chair just said. I remember how hard it was to actually start developing the performance report. And I remember the first performance report we ever did, and it has certainly come a long way from what was just presented. And, really, Mr. Gerhardt, a lot of that goes to you as well. I mean, everyone who's been involved in the performance report over the years have moved it up a level, have added new features, have adapted it to be more, user-friendly and to take advantage of new technology. But I think moving the performance report over to WEMA and under your leadership, Mr. Gerhardt, actually was one of the best things we did, because I think you added a different perspective to it, linking it to more of the outcome, result-oriented information that I have always been hopeful it would do. I do have a question, actually two questions, but they're similar, and that is, without naming names, I have heard from some regional boards that they don't find the performance report helpful, that it is a very time-intensive effort, and yet it's not something that they use on a usual basis. And then also, I know that the vice chair and I have been very encouraging of staff and to work with our stakeholders, to encourage the stakeholders to use the performance report and to give us feedback on how that report might be more useful to them, especially as it ties into issues such as fees, the regulation, cost of compliance, all of that. With everything that they need to do in order to comply, how are we demonstrating to them our performance and the result of that? And so my question to you is with relating to both our internal stakeholders, meaning the regional board, and our external stakeholders in terms of the regulated community, as well as the NGO community, how are you engaging them in this effort? And has there been any change that you have seen in terms of the utility of the performance report to those sectors?
So I'll jump in first, Greg, and then you can jump in from a more technical point of view. But I think it's a mixed bag with our regional boards. Some of our regions actually have an annual board meeting where they go through their targets and their performance and talk about it and use the performance report. I meet with the executive officers and the assistant executive officers every year on their target setting and where they fell short and why, and we discuss, do their changes need to be made in their targets? And I get, the reaction I get depends on the region, as I say. Some regions really, they only look at this when I call them to have this annual meeting, and others use it as part of their managing their workload and use. I think it depends on the personality of the executive officer and the regional boards on that. I do believe that that the performance report has changed the discussion, now switching to external, with our stakeholders about our fees. There was a period of time, and I think that you'll both remember, you and the vice chair, the early fee discussion meetings where there was no connection in their minds to what the fees were and what the work was. And the performance report has allowed a closer connection. It's never going to be a fee for service. That's not the way we operate, but it does allow them to understand where the work is being done and where the fees are being applied. Could it be more suited for that? I think it could. But as you say, we'll need feedback from our stakeholders on what it is they're missing to help them understand better. And then Greg, I'll let you add on, pile on.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. I'm going to do a quick screen share of a product that takes the data from the performance report and turns it into information. So I think this is one of the more exciting things that's happening, and it has the potential to really engage both the internal and the external stakeholders, Board Member Dodak. And by the way, I have to recognize that we wouldn't have this if it weren't for your leadership at the beginning of this for many years before even our first report. So it really is a testament to a lot of people over a lot of time, but in particular, your leadership at the beginning with the Performance Council, Measurement Council, and all that work. So thank you for that. But this is the trend that I see now, is that a lot of the information, or excuse me, the data that's being reported in the performance report is not of great use to people outside of programs that are being measured. It does have this function of demonstrating our workload and our resource assigning. And so there is a potential for sort of at some point, maybe a people's budget is a term that's used in some of the equity work I do, to describe more about how and where you spend your money, both from a, like, where do you collect it from a fee standpoint, and then where is that spent, but also just which kinds of communities do you spend your money on. So what I'm showing you now is a product that we're working on. It's constantly getting some updates, but this is a prototype that demonstrates, it's showing essentially the shaded colors on the map show calovirus green impact areas, and calovirus green has those pollution and population burden indices that sort of summarize the net effect of burdens on communities. So green is better and red is worse. And similarly, you see these polygons with outlines that are red, yellow, blue, and green. And those are the redlining polygons from the original mortgage insurance, federally insured program back in the 30s and 40s of the last century. So what's interesting about this is that the data from the stormwater inspections, this is stormwater, and then you see down here I chose inspections, enforcement actions, and violations. You can start seeing how that data aligns with the communities that have had historic burdens or have ongoing burden in both from pollution and a population standpoint. So turning that data into information really provides an opportunity not just for staff to feel more aligned with like how they're maybe setting priorities or establishing some of their targets and goals above and beyond just the pure numbers, but having this sort of spatial, like our geospatial footprint allows you also to engage with communities and help them and help us understand how to do our jobs as government better and align with other government services. So that's really the trend that I see that has the most potential for responding to the desire to really engage people more, both as our water board workforce as well as the communities that we serve. Still a lot of work to do. That's just one example. There's other examples where the data in the performance report is turning into information. You can imagine also the way that we spend money in terms of providing grants and loans and those kinds of financial assistance projects. That is also of great interest to look at spatially. And some of our report cards, like the Prop 1 card, already does that. But we really want to sort of do that more holistically. And I see a lot of potential to do that this year.
So I'd like to chime in and first of all, thank Board Member Dodak for bringing this issue up. I raised it in my briefing on this as well. And it just seems to me that through time, we're having incremental improvements, not just in the report, but in the use of the report. And it strikes me that with these additional improvements in the most recent round, that it would be helpful to have some additional outreach, where our resources allow for it. I know we're resource, strapped right now, but I think that if this tool could be used, in the most ideal way, we would have all stakeholders that would know how to access it. We continue to hear some concerns about, how do you find it, and then how do you use it? And so I really appreciate, Mr. Gerhart, you and your staff that go to those annual fee meetings and are always available to engage in discussions as to how to better use it. But now with the additional changes, it might be worthwhile not to just limit those discussions to the fee meetings, but to actually have some additional outreach and see what we can glean from others as they use the report, the new and improved report, and also hear from them as to how it can be further improved. So just really looking for, as someone that suffers from lack of technological expertise, a little extra hand holding, I think can go a long way.
That's great feedback. Thank you. Good advice.
I would just like to add to that a little bit more as well. And I've had all similar thoughts, so I really appreciate all the comments that have been made so far. The lens I've been looking at this through is from environmental outcomes, and how can we, better assess how we're doing in terms of, things as simple as implementing a basin plan and complying with water quality objectives. I saw a lot there on the TMDLs and those report cards and the stories, and I think those are all great on a one-by-one basis. But I know that the regional boards have to go through a lot of effort to update each of those cards, and it's a lot of work every year, and some of them can get stale. And it doesn't also just tell the story about a watershed and how we're making our investments. Why, you brought up the great example of the racial equity piece, and I think that's perfect. Look at it through the same lens from water quality improvement, and how are we doing at accomplishing those things? Our approaches are so complex now. I mean, we spent this whole morning talking about alternative compliance plans and enhanced watershed management and looking at stormwater at a larger scale. How do we start to see and visualize those types of improvements? You can't really count inspections necessarily or permits issued and say, hey, this is, making global progress in terms of stormwater quality improvement. But I think, there's got to be ways for us to do that more effectively over time. And so that's just an area where I would say, let's listen to stakeholders there as well. Let's engage with that community and see, what do they think would be most helpful in sharing and assessing the progress that we've made. That's a little bit harder to see sometimes when we're just counting beans. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on environmental outcomes.
Great. Also, thank you.
I'll add in, first the thank you to staff, absolutely the leadership on this, both you, Greg, and Beverly, and the staff that's worked directly on this, and also all of the staff that inputs all the data in a way that makes it possible to do this kind of really data-driven work. So I just am so impressed with the amount of work and thought and the power that this provides. So just first wanted to just say thank you. And I do think also just the way that this is done, I think really reflects the values of the Water Board to be transparent and accountable and strategic and continue to adapt and learn as we go forward each year. So just really always want to continue to emphasize how impressed and important that is. I always have additional ideas of how we can build on things. Couple of things I wanted to mention. A lot of these are building off of what board members have said. One is just, we're going to have our priorities discussion. One of the things that's really important is continuing to work through our and prioritize development and implementation of our data strategy in general. This obviously fits directly into that. I know this is an issue that, our chair has been really working to make sure is a priority, and I think we all share. And so just, I think this is a good example of how vital that is to continue to prioritize as a board. I think, a couple relatively small things. One is just, a request for future annual information items for this is just, I would love to have just, even a slide or two, or like a quick update from, the major program areas, to just as part of the information item on some of just the reflections in terms of the successes and challenges and learning that each of the divisions might be seeing from this. I think that helps highlight the kinds of learning that we're seeing. It doesn't have to be comprehensive and super detailed, but I think it would be helpful to get just here, in addition to the overview of the tool and how to access it, but just some of that from our big program areas. I think that all of the board members have said, we want to figure out, now that we have all this amazing tool and data, is how do we make sure that there's meaningful access to information that's meaningful to different stakeholders, and that it's useful and they know it's there. And I think ways to do that, certainly is trying to get some input from key stakeholder groups, including regional boards and staff, but certainly external stakeholder groups, on just what information, that's data driven and derived, but the actual information and tools that would be the highest priority and most useful, and then how to make sure that they're accessible and able and actually used, because this is just so powerful. There's so much work that goes into it. Again, all the other board members have said that. I do think that one of the things that, as we're talking about the priorities discussion next, that I feel like would be really important and powerful to develop over the next year or so, is just thinking about how we do a kind of update or regrounding in our overall strategic plan, that isn't a big starting from scratch strategic planning process, but I think helping to identify what are the key outcomes, and kind of guiding principles or values that we're trying to achieve over the next 5 years, and then incorporate that into how we approach the performance plan. I know that we're focusing, and this is really important from a managing core functions standpoint, and we're doing, as Board Member McGuire said, there's already some progress in the water quality reports in terms of outcomes, and we know that's an area we want to go. I also just, I guess, as an example, I think the tool that you showed on, that could help, that helps to analyze a lot of these within the racial equity context, is an example of, can we identify or sort of update our strategic planning kind of guiding values and principles, and say, these are key lenses that we want to be looking at our performance or outcome within. So racial equity, different kinds of sustainability or environmental outcomes. I think we've talked about the fees issue of just like efficiency and accountability. I just think it would be nice to, figure out how we bring these two things together in a way that how we evolve that over time. So I think this is somewhat seeding, also sort of overall hopes of how we continue to develop our, priorities and performance review and setting outcomes and sort of tracking at a very high level. And also just the point of, making sure that as we're developing these really amazing tools, that we're really linking them to, the guiding principles that and priorities that we have as an organization that we've set forth, and then also making sure that they're meaningful to stakeholders and that they're actually going to use them and access them. So all that to say, I really am so impressed, like always, with this, just a huge amount of work, so powerful, and just, I continue to look forward to working with this team and the board in general on how to continue to evolve this.
Thank you so much, board member. Really appreciate the good comments. And for all the good discussion here. I think Greg and Bev have some good thought to take back. I think what certainly I'm hearing is maybe how we better engage around the performance report through the year here, and want to be mindful that we are in a time of tight resources, and it is difficult to just complete the work that you see before us here. But I think we're interested in continuing to improve and appropriately. So just really thank you again. Great support here from the board members, and I think room to discuss how we continue to improve. So thank you. Executive Director Sobek, anything you'd like to add about the performance report?
I just wanted to thank all the board members for their comments, because this putting the performance report together is a big effort, and it doesn't make sense to invest these kinds of resources if they aren't being used or appreciated or measuring the right things or aren't being used. And I actually think that is sometimes a failing of some of these kinds of systems, that we spend too much time focused on the wrong thing, and we can actually reduce resources if nobody's using them or finding them useful. But I also think that it's one of those, whatever the metaphor is, whichever part of the elephant in the room you're feeling, which is, different entities see value in different parts, or different people, organizational parts of the organization find different value in different parts of the report. So, some regions use other tools, some regions rely heavily on this. We, some divisions, it's a better tool for meeting management needs than for other divisions or tasks or what have you. So the fact that different people, organizations, entities have slightly different takes on it, I don't consider that to be an overall negative. That's just the way things are. But that being said, I mean, I think coming to the board on a regular basis and hearing your input and comments is really, really positive. And as everybody has commented, this report has continued to sort of evolve every single year. So helping us figure out which way, to evolve this way or that way, or whether to do a somersault is all super useful. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Executive Director. We do have one commenter. Sorry, I almost skipped over you there, Caitlin. We have Caitlin Kalua, and you can call her up now. Hello.
Sorry, I'm a little far there. Just very briefly, Caitlin Kalua, Policy Manager of the California Coastkeeper Alliance. Just to say thank you to staff, and it's really exciting to see the development of this year after year. There are significant improvements. It's something as an external perspective, it's a great tool to actually assess, or at least we try, depending on the information provided, to track and assess honestly the efficiencies of different permits, maybe where there are not, where things may or may not be working. And we really do try to dig into this data year after year. And so this is something I'll even say on a personal level, as someone who really digs into this, I just want to say thank you. And I'm personally excited to dig into the new interactive pieces. So really look forward to having that be live. And just also flag California Coastkeeper Alliance. We just recently released a report. I know we've spoken with a number of those on the Zoom call that resulted from now numerous years, I think 3 years of interviews from regional board members, staff, from the Office of Information Management and Analysis, just trying to get our heads around how to improve the function and overall, efficacy of the water boards to protect water quality throughout the state, and includes very specific recommendations regarding these performance metrics. And really would like to, again, applaud the work done by the Office of Information Management Analysis, as well as kind of the excitement of where this might lead. I'm already, just from what I'm seeing, I'm really excited to see that we're going to see a little more connection between the numerous databases that the water boards do manage. Really, really excited to see the connection saying, okay, we have XYZ violations or spills occurring here, then right on the same page being able to link to a database. Otherwise, I would have to spend quite a bit of time digging through to find out, okay, what was the result of those violations or activities. So just want to say thank you for that. As this moves forward, certainly support the water board continuing to prioritize this, knowing that resources are tight, and in what ways we as external users of this information can help. Just want to say that, this is a big priority for us externally. It's a great tool. Appreciate Board Member Firestone, your comment on the actual then tool and application side of this, whether it be programs and reporting out the end of the year. I mean, at the end of the day, it is looking at what programs and permits, what's working, and maybe where there are lessons learned given year after year. And so also want to support the move towards a more geospatial kind of that interactive mapping piece. That might be another year or two down the road, but I think that Director Gerhardt has really kind of laid down your team has really laid down the framework to move in that direction with this new interactive piece that, again, I'm really excited to dig into. And just we offer our general support and look forward to working, staff as these continues and as these discussions continue, and ways to dig in and support the tool.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kalua, and for the continued partnership and ensuring that we do and are mindful of how we continue to improve the efficacy of the board's work. And I know it's a topic that us board members are constantly thinking of, certainly in our role here, but it's the external collaboration and stakeholders and partnerships that make that really inform that work and is the basis of our understanding as board members of how we're doing. So really appreciate that. I will just make comment that what we are seeing, and it is of benefit, is as we pursue our open data work, as we look at our systems, figure out where key investments are made, that the staff time that it takes to unearth this data, the ability for systems to talk among systems and to automate a lot of this data streaming is we're moving in that direction. We will continue to do so, but are limited by the resources we have to actually do that sort of work. We're a bit leaner at the board. I always make comment about the impacts of being a fee-based organization have meant to some of our resources, particularly in IT. But I think what you see here is we're not letting that be an excuse. We're going to continue to innovate in this space and just appreciate everyone's attention around the work it's worth, and more importantly, advocating for these improvements, which it's incredible to see the speed that we have been able to start to really automate some of this. And I think of our 303D list processes, the integrated report and the lines of evidence there that, again, likewise, huge data exercise. And I think what we're seeing here, the opportunities to, the performance report lives in its space, but it's how do we integrate it with other data sets? How do we allow the widgets and the management to be sort of unearthed but more importantly, applied with other data that we know we have, whether it's, again, our groundwater ambient monitoring assessment, our Gamma team and the data that they have. How might we overlay it with some of the performance data and metrics that we have internally and figure out what that means for these trends, I think, and these outcomes that we're looking to better kind of nail down. So just thank you. Thank you, everyone. Really good discussion and work, and look forward to further discussion and work. And I imagine in our priorities discussion coming up here, there may be some cross-pollination still yet. So thank you. Okay, well, any other comments, summary from folks? Just, incredible thanks again to Greg and Bev here, and look forward to one, continued discussion through the year, but certainly then next year's report. And yeah, by all means, but board member.
Just a thing, and it's not for discussion today, but just a heads up, so that staff can start thinking about it. We have two pretty big items coming before us in December. One is the toxicity provision, and I think the other one, I think it's still on schedule to come to us in December, is the winery order. And so just a heads up for staff that during that discussion, should the board proceed to take action and adopt those things, I certainly will be requesting that staff start thinking about the appropriate performance metrics and the appropriate addition to the performance report in order to track output, but more importantly, I think outcomes from those two efforts, which we have invested significant amount of time and resources into, and on which we will be asking our stakeholders to engage in very significantly. So sort of just a heads up to staff.
Thank you for that, board member. Completely appropriate. So I double your heads up. Thank you. Okay, well, then that concludes this item number 5. Thank you again for just incredible work all around. This really does enrich and help us understand just what we're driving toward and how we continue to be focused on outcomes. So item number 6 now is board member reports. So I would entertain any reports from fellow board members. I'm pulling up my calendar here, so.
I'm waiting for it to rain. I'm praying for it to rain and snow.
Yeah. Amen. I just have just only thing I wanted to mention is I participated in a panel with the Water Advisory Committee of Orange County on water affordability, and just have been engaging with a number of local water agencies around the state and country around water affordability strategies that agencies are looking both in the immediate, ongoing adaptation and hopefully recovery from the pandemic, and also just more long-term. So have been meeting with folks around that in particular this past couple weeks.
Yeah, so just a couple of things for me. One is that Chair Munoz stole my thunder when she mentioned earlier today that last week at the LA board meeting, regional board meeting, we did cover the racial equity issues and the development of the plan, the resolution there. And so I just want to give my thanks to Adriana Renteria and Sophie Froelich with staff who really helped guide that conversation with the regional board members. And I thought it was well received, and they're obviously going to continue that discussion with their retreat, I think, in January. And so, there were, I think I believe three of the regional board members also attended our Water Quality Coordinating Committee discussion on racial equity a few weeks ago. And so it was really good to see them just continuing to engage and be interested, and then also sharing it with the other board members that weren't able to attend that. So great. And I hope to the extent that you others are also liaison to regional boards and you can bring that same message to other regions, I think that would be a good thing to do. Just noting that, WQCC, we do get some participation, but there's a number of board members every year that just simply aren't able to make it. And then the second item I wanted to mention, I was a keynote for a webinar, again with the Building Industry Association on dredge or fill procedures implementation and waters of the state. And so really good, just productive discussion about their perspective. Obviously their interest is in getting projects permitted and making sure that that's a smooth process. And so really actually just keyed a lot of issues with regard to the performance report conversation we just had. That I don't know actually if I went to the performance report, what kind of information I would find there about dredge or fill procedures now that we do have that policy in place. It's been about 6 months of implementation thus far. But there are stakeholder concerns about backlogs accruing, about concerns about resources as they have projects that are coming down the queue. And I don't have specific examples, but as Board Member Dodek mentioned, the toxicity provisions and other things that we should think about performance metrics going forward. I would say that dredge or fill procedures is another one where we have certainly environmental goals, right? Where we're looking to preserve, protect, mitigate wetland loss and waters of the state protection as well. And we're also a permitting agency and looking to move through those processes effectively. So that's really where that conversation was. And I believe our resolution for dredge or fill procedures asked for a 1-year update, which would put it somewhere in the middle of next year for an update on that. So just something to keep in mind again as we move forward with that conversation. Just how do we understand performance? How do we understand how the additional alternatives analysis and things that we now require are affecting workload, affecting processing times and backlogs are all, I think, questions that I'll have down the road. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Board Member Boyer. I'd love to have a conversation with you in some detail about, thinking about what we would add. Maybe not targets, but maybe performance measures on things like length of time for a permit approval, number of times that an exemption from the alternatives analysis is requested by a regional board, things like that that are, might shed some light. From my vantage point, I usually identify problems by the number of phone calls I get being concerned about delays. I've had none. And so that to me is a sign that things might be worrisome, but not out of control yet. And so looking at, a discussion about what measures would be the most important to think about.
That would be great. That's exactly where I would like to take that conversation. So I appreciate that. Let's do that.
If I could just make an observation on dredge and fill in particular, how burdensome and what the impact of our dredge and fill rule, what the fallout from that is somewhat dependent on what the waters of the US definition is. And that might be something that has been in flux, and it's possible will be in flux in the coming year as well. So, we're sort of not out of the figuring out what the parameters of implementation woods are yet. But right. I mean, I completely agree. We should follow. I'm just saying, I think we've got a few bumps in the road before we find out what the new normal is.
Absolutely, agreed. But this is a good time to start thinking about what should we keep our eye on.
Yeah, definitely, and good flag, Board Member. I appreciate that. And maybe as a good first step, we should just have as a data column number of calls to Chief Deputy Jonathan Bishop. Kidding. But it is a good barometer, I will say, oftentimes on these issues. Okay, well, thank you. I'll just add, the only thing I would flag is that last week I had the pleasure of attending, in honor of attending the California Tribal Nations Conference that the governor's office held. The governor spoke at. We all, as boards, departments, and offices from the various agencies participated and really appreciated the opportunity to ensure we continue to engage with our tribal governments in these government-to-government discussions. So just thank you. Vice Chair, anything to cover?
Nothing to report, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes board member reports and brings us to our next item, which is item number 7 and our executive director's report.
I don't have anything in particular to highlight. We didn't have a COVID report today. I think that you all know that we are in the midst of the telephone survey that we're doing, or to various water systems, to hundreds of water systems, to try to get data on various data related to whether how many payments are being made on time, and how much of an economic burden of potential non-payment there is both on systems and households. So we're in the middle of that. We will be reporting back to you more formally in 2 weeks, and hopefully we'll be pretty close to the end of that, and we'll be able to gauge how successful we were in getting the data that we were seeking and the number of responses. But our Division of Drinking Water has reported that so far that's going well. It's really nice to see that it's helping with response rates, but it is very does mean contacting each and every system separately. But we've gotten a lot of support and getting the word out that that was happening, and the response rate has been pretty good. So we look forward to giving you a more formal report on that in 2 weeks. And so other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions if I can, if you have any on the report now or at any point.
Well, just again, thank you for the report and reading through. Again, a lot going on, I know, and the report, along with then, these the performance report that we just, yearly performance report we just reported on or had an item on. These all these, and then now the priorities discussion we'll move to after a short break, all live within the same space. They're trying to communicate these same things. And there is largely consistency and I think a need for us as board members to continue to remember sort of what functions where, and if we're not getting the information that we think we need, figuring out where best it should live. Is it something that we should ask our executive director to include in her report here to us? Is that the appropriate place to circle back? Is it through the annual performance report, or is it through a discussion here on our priorities work plan or a strategic work plan? So just thank you, Executive Director, for the good work. And I know all the good work from the programs that filter up to make the report what it is. Okay, well, other board members, questions on the executive?
I just really quickly wanted to lift up that just looking at what ELAP has done in terms of the accreditations is pretty amazing for year to date. Huge lift from DFA on all of the work. Also, it was great to see all of that. And also appreciated the fact that we're doing operator certifications on an emergency basis as needed as we're working towards the electronic remote exams later, or hopefully early next year. But just wanted to highlight and lift those up and say thanks. Also just really impressed with how quickly staff have turned around and are implementing the COVID-19 survey. Just really impressed and thankful for that. One question, and this is again for future things, and I meant to go back and look at previous executive officer reports, but I'm just wondering, and again, you may know the answer to this, maybe this happened already, but I'm always curious to get an update from our Office of Emergency Management on, the huge workload in terms of response of what we're doing. And, I know when they're in the midst of things, they probably don't have time to develop a report on everything. But I just wanted to get a sense of what our, how we can follow just what that workload looks like with that office and probably, I'm thinking with drinking water, I think that ends up being actually implemented by a lot of the actual DE, district engineer staff. But so I was curious if just sort of more to Chair Escovel's point of just understanding where information lives, just how to make sure I can follow all of that work. And not every detail, but get a sense of that work.
Yeah, well, let's give that some thought. It would be nice to have them in the executive director report, but as you say, that's not going to be sort of real time
Right.
It's a brand new office. It's only been in existence for a year, so I don't think there is any standard. So we can think about that. There is some internal reporting that isn't available to the public because it hasn't been sort of the privacy concerns and aggregation concerns haven't been rolled up. So we can think about that. But they are doing a great job. We're starting to move from the response to the recovery phase of emergency work, which for us and for some of the other BDOs, including most notably Cal Recycle, is really the heavy lift. We're not really first responder agencies, but we get in there when the first responders are done. So that actually does, in some ways, that's not where the day-by-day emergency updates come, but some of the heavy lifting for some of our for some of our folks really starts. But we will bring an info item to the board sometime in the first quarter. We do a lessons learned after the kind of intensity of fire season wanes a little bit, and we bring all of our regions together with our headquarters unit and kind of work through what did we learn this year, what new challenges were there, what new solutions were there, what new areas of emphasis will there be. We'll be talking about COVID this year since that's a new emergency that we hadn't faced before. So we will have I know you're asking for something a little bit more timely than that, but I do think that we do try to come once or twice a year with that kind of general information, and so I think that might be a good time to do that. And we will be we've advertised, and the advertisement is closed for replacing the head of that office. So we look forward to. We really need to all thank the office that was staffed up before John Elkins moved on to a new position within Cal EPA, but the group has really stepped up and under the leadership of Sarah Reese, and they've done what they needed to do to help everybody respond to this year's emergencies. So I'll be looking for some things that we can put in on a more regular basis. And we'll talk to DDW and see whether the best comes from them or from the emergency response folks.
Okay, great. Yeah, and again, don't want to add a reporting workload to already, overworked staff, but just would love to be able to follow because I know it's a lot of work and really important. And say thank you. And I also hope we continue to, looking forward to getting to hire new leadership and that, but appreciative of all the staff have been doing the work since he's left.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Really good suggestion. And missing at this point in the executive director's report, maybe just a title for the emergency office there and a space for them to include anything that might be relevant for it. And that there are these opportunities where John Elkins did come and provide us some update prior in the context of COVID. And so just thank you. Good comment. Okay, anything further on the executive director's report from fellow board members? Okay, hearing none, that concludes our executive director's report item and leaves us to our last item, which we will go ahead and take, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, stretch a bit, and then we can reconvene. For everyone following along, on the agenda is a link to the draft priorities work plan that we'll be discussing. And so by all means, you can pull that up so you can help follow along with the discussion we'll be about to have, and really just appreciate, just as a start, the good work that I know James Knockbauer and staff have put into synthesizing and iterating. We talk about iterating on a number of documents. This is certainly one that we've continued to iterate and improve, I feel, and look forward to hearing about that and discussing it here with you all in a second. So let's go ahead and, where's my time? It's 2:20. So at 1:35, or we'll make it a 15-minute break, 1:40, give ourselves just some moment to stretch, and just thank you for everyone for a really incredible day so far, and look forward to our discussion on this last item here at 1:40. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I believe it's 1:41 now. We can gather back. Our next item is item number 9. I'd like to think it's a bit auspicious. It's starting to rain here in Sacramento. It's a good time to be talking about priorities. A little less angst, perhaps. Oh, but who am I kidding with? Okay, here we are. Actually, sorry, not item number 9. We're on item number 8, and you should actually. I think we had a link up for again the document we'll be working off of today. And so, Ms. Sobek, would you like to introduce the item, or? And just want to acknowledge this, again, a very iterative document. I remember, at least as this board is constituted, our first priorities discussion was hot off the heels of a workshop down at the Salton Sea. It was a late night, and just want to thank the great work between all my colleagues here and folks in the program to continue to iterate on this document. And I really feel proud of the work that we've been able to do in this first year of this priorities work plan, strategic work plan that we've developed, and look forward to today's discussion to continue to improve and iterate and discuss just what did we do, how did things look. So hand it over to Ms. Sobek. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair Escobar. Before we start, I actually wanted to, I forgot to say something before we took a break, which is that there should be a notice going up in the next day or two related to the racial equity initiative that that the board has supported and is leading, and that various board members mentioned during their reports. And the notice will describe a series of external listening sessions that we'll be holding starting the week after next. I want to say the first week of December, but I think the Monday is November 30th. So there will be details, and we're really seeking. There will be details in the notice, but that's going to be the first opportunity, the first, not the last, not the only, but the first opportunity to get input largely from external stakeholders and community members. We'll also be having a different set of opportunities for our employees and colleagues to be sharing their ideas, both about what the water board should be looking like internally and how we reflect diversity in our makeup, but also what, we have a bunch of really passionate, knowledgeable employees, and I'm sure that they have a lot of great input and insight into how we can best do our job in a way that that furthers the agenda of racial equity as well. But again, this is going to be a multi-dimensional, multifaceted effort, but the first kind of externally faced opportunity is going to be going out very soon. So I will make sure that you all know about it specifically. So turning to the proposed draft strategic work plan, we're not going to have a super formal presentation, but I just wanted to remind people, the board members, and walk you guys through sort of where we are and what this is and isn't, and also provide a little bit of framing for folks who are listening into this discussion. As you said, Chair Escobar, this is year 2 of this format, and like many things, year 2, working on it in year 2 is easier than in year 1 when we were all trying to build it from the ground up. It still needs a lot of work. It's still not perfect. It's like many other tools. So we really look forward to these kinds of both the individual briefings that we've been doing with board members, but also this public discussion. I think that when we were putting it together last year, our thought was that it was a relatively short but relatively specific document talking about to give the board an idea of what the staff thought its priorities were, trying to pull together from all the various sources the direction that has been given to us by the board and by legislation and other authorities, and not to cover every single, not to indicate exactly how we're going to allocate every single hour of staff time throughout the State Water Board, but to really identify what the priority and also the super priority items are. And by those, I mean, items that we will work on and make progress on during the upcoming year. And if we need to take resources away from other work, we will in order to cover these priority items. This is a living document. I think if we needed any evidence, last year provided it, that stuff happens, that things come up that we never in our wildest dreams expected. And the COVID emergency was, the 2020 example of that. I do think we at the Water Board staff and you, the board, are and should be very proud of the fact that we were able to make significant progress on virtually all of our priority items despite COVID. And that's partly because they were our priorities and some of our other work did suffer as a result. Nevertheless, I think that staff was able to remain productive and focused. And again, this kind of document does help with that kind of focus. So just a couple of things before we kind of dive into your comments on the document. I do want to frame, COVID has had some impact both on the finances of the state overall and the resources available to the board. And I don't mean that to be an excuse for what we're not going to do. I just mean it's more in years where you're resource constrained or you have a lot of priorities. I mean, it makes having this kind of a document even more important because there probably will be things that we hoped we would be able to do that we won't be able to do. So we need to have your input into where those changes will have to be made. And I don't think I have to remind anyone, but I will anyway, that we have staff, at least for the moment, working at basically 90% time and 90% pay. We have this is a critical function and a priority for all state employees, and so we are happy to do our part. But we do have, as you heard at last week's the last board meeting, 5% of our staff redirected to help with COVID contact tracing. Again, that was a deployment of personnel that makes a ton of sense, and I, as a resident of California, really appreciate that there are staff across the state working on this issue, but that was staff that we hoped to have working on our issues and priorities, not the Department of Public Health. And then in the upcoming year, we have been asked, as have all state agencies, to on a permanent basis reduce our expenditures by 5% across the board. There's a little bit of flexibility. We're not exactly sure how that's going to play out. We have the next couple of months to work with Cali PA and Department of Finance, but these are all relatively, they sound small, but they do add up and they do have an impact on what we can bring to the productivity table. I feel confident based on one of the recent employee surveys that we did, that Cali PA did for the first time this year, that we have a staff that is amazingly dedicated to its mission and has absolutely no reservations about diving in, rolling up their sleeves and doing the work. But at some point there are limits, and I know you all appreciate that. So what we're seeking whatever input you all care to give us on this document. I would just point out that and remind you and let members of the public know that while we've shared the entire draft, we're not going to spend much, if any, time discussing priorities that fall under the category of the Division of Water Rights. We kind of had broken up board briefings to talk about water rights in a December meeting and everything else now, partly because there are a number of more options and sort of it was somewhat less obvious what the next, as some priorities fell off the list, it was somewhat less obvious what other priorities should go on the list. And so we wanted to make sure there was an adequate opportunity to discuss all of the board's priorities. And so what we did brief board members individually about the plan over the strategic work plan overall, but we didn't go into detail with you all yet about the various choices that might be there with respect to water rights, but we did touch on most of the other items. And the document that we provided for today's discussion does not reflect any of the changes that we heard from individual board members during our briefings. Obviously we're processing those. There were a lot of really constructive suggestions that we thought made a lot of sense to incorporate, but we thought that it would be wise to just wait until we heard this discussion today before we went through another version. The document has highlighted the new matters that we were proposing as staff to add, and also so some of those have red stars and some of them don't. We sort of have two categories of priorities, priorities and really high priorities. And so this is just our our staff recommendations about what we think we could handle and what we think are the proposed priorities for next year, and where we propose the red stars should be. But we are the purpose of the discussion here today is get input and direction from you all so that we are not headed in the wrong direction if you want us to go some other direction. And I think with that, the only other thing I will say is two things. One is I'm going to ask, well, as I said, I think we made a lot of progress on many of these priorities. And in fact, a number of them are not on the list anymore because we actually completed them and have moved on and have created bandwidth to take on new work. And I do think that being focused and making sure that priority matters move through the system and actually move on to either a non-priority or more routine action status, or we no longer need to give them attention, is really important and very satisfying to us all. And it does create the space to do more. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bishop if he wants to go through a few of those and just remind us all sort of what our collective accomplishments were in some big areas over the last year. And then I did want to say that my sense, which could be wrong, which is why we're having this discussion also today, is that generally speaking, this document, it seemed that most board members felt that this document for the time being is serving its purpose, but there were lots of, and that you all had some individual edits and suggestions that we kept track of and are happy to hear more of. And some of you had ideas about ways that this could evolve and either be added to or change direction slightly or in a not so slight manner. So we are happy to entertain those for the future. But I guess if you had thoughts on this document itself versus how it would evolve in the future, that's really useful. So I don't know, Jonathan, if you were prepared to just run through a few of the accomplishments, and so that we can at least take a little pause and congratulate ourselves and then take on the challenges for next year.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Sobek. I feel like we don't often recognize what we accomplished as we move forward to look at what things we still need to do, because there's so much to do. But I would like to point out that the document and setting priorities was successful last year. And to highlight that, I'm going to just run through the 10 or 12 things that we completed that were priorities from last year. We We staffed and launched our emergency management program, which was a priority. We developed our implementation guidance for dredge and fill. We evaluated our phase 1 storms projects and proposed a new phase 2 storm projects. That is a living document that you'll hear about again later when we're talking about priorities for this year. We revised and updated the ELAP program. We developed an economic feasibility approach to MCLs. We developed a general applicability procedures for inspections. We awarded our Prop 68 groundwater treatment funds. We adopted an amended composting order to allow for a higher percentage of manure. We have four big items that are scheduled for completion before the end of the year. That adoption of the toxicity policy in December. Building at the board's capacity on economics and compliance analysis. We're soliciting Prop 1 Round 2 groundwater and stormwater projects, and we have the winery permit scheduled for December. All of those free up some bandwidth to address other priorities. And of those, many were starred priorities, which are our super high priorities to get done. So I just want to commend the staff all over the State Water Board for their work. And I want to remind the board members that that this is focused on, projects and priorities of the State Board, and it's not meant to reflect that we don't consider the work at the regional boards important and high priority. It's just they have their own planning process, and we're not imposing on that with this.
So we're happy to answer any questions you have or go into any detail. We've got a number of senior staff here, but I guess I would be particularly interested in, have we, of the new items that we've added, have we added the right ones? Have we left any off? Are there ones that you think either old or new that should be stricken? And do we have the red dots in the, which are the high priority items in the right place? I think part of what we discussed last year is we don't want to have 90 red dots. We want to have, a manageable level so that they kind of, really, it is a sort of a meaningful, symbol of higher, really a very much higher level of priority. So with that, we will stop and we will look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Sobek and Mr. Bishop, for a really great summary. It is incredible, even with the challenges of COVID, the huge shift to telework, our entire programs and our colleagues in the programs have had to do. We were able to really meet a lot of the priorities that we collectively agreed and set out on as a board last year, and that's just significant. And so thank you and acknowledgement to that work. I noticed the implementation on Prop 1's water storage investment program has been deprioritized in the list, I think. And this came out in some discussion with, I know, the Vice Chair and I when we were briefed, but would like to see that probably still remain somewhat a priority there, but would be open to discussion with fellow board members. Just to speak generally on the document, how we continue to improve, as Mr. Bishop said, this doesn't reflect what are also regional, oftentimes priorities that may align or not with this document. I've had a number of discussions with my fellow board chairs, regional board chairs on our monthly calls around the fact that there are, different processes and sometimes it's a yearly calendar strategic plan that the regional board may work on, or it's tied to the fiscal year in the programs. And so there's I think, room for us to continue to see how all our priority setting and the regional board priority setting add up and connect to each other. But it's going to be, I think, a long-term discussion around some of that, knowing that, you know, it's a matter of resources to engage in this work. But I'll just flag that I think that, you know, I'd like to continue to see and discuss, you know, how, and I think it is because the semi-autonomous nature of our regional boards really about our liaisons maybe having a discussion as well around, you know, how do we continue to ensure that the priorities set at the regional level and identified there are at least thematically understood by us here at the board as we set our priorities. And again, long term, you know, that's, you know, this is incredible progress that we've made, I think, on this document in the last 2 years. And I think it'll be iterative as we move into the next documents, and just want to kind of call out that discussion that's been happening between the chairs and myself of the regions, and is ultimately kind of a continuum to the discussion around our resources and the performance report and the metrics that happen at the programmatic level. But understanding, again, I think part of this discussion is making sure we understand where this sort of set of priorities lives. How does it relate to the performance report or not? Again, and then, you know, how does it relate to the discussions around priorities in the regions? That's the kind of, you know, framing I think think we need to continue to just understand. But when it comes to the specifics of what, you know, is presented here, other than my comment around prioritizing the water storage investment program, again, I don't see, I don't have a lot of disagreement. This is an incredible synthesis, and I think it does reflect already, and this is, you know, speaks to the staff's sort of pulse on the 5 of us, kind of where we're moving in our priorities, including the racial equity emphasis and item that's on here. And I guess the only other, you know, thing, if I were to change, is we don't have prioritized the website. I know we have prioritized instead the data strategy that lives within the website, and so less, you know, needing to see that necessarily elevated, but wouldn't be me without making the plug for that. So other than that, kick it over to his fellow board colleagues and members as to thoughts, questions, feedback. But thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned the web, because otherwise we would never have known it was a priority of yours. So that's why we need to have these discussions. No, I'm kidding. You know that. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the things that.
So I don't want to disagree with the chair, but priority 4.2.2 is the website evaluation, upgrade, and maintenance.
We wouldn't dare take it out all the way. I did want to, the first thing that you were talking about, the racial equity, we've had a few discussions with with a number of you, and trying to figure out how best to capture our racial equity work, since it's brand new sort of at every level. It's definitely new as a priority, and we've struggled a little bit with, we sort of have put it in one place, but we recognize that it's something that needs to touch on, you know, many of the specific items, both in this plan, but also outside of this plan. And so, you know, we don't want to de-emphasize it by having it kind of only called out in one priority. On the other hand, we don't want to say, and for every single priority and every single element of what we do, say, and make sure that we look through this with the lens of racial equity and a lens of how we can, you know, mitigate climate change, minimize climate change. You know, we're sort of, you know, we're open to suggestions. We know that it's sort of a difficult thing to capture. It may well be that there's, I think at the very beginning, there's some precatory language before we even get into the specifics that sort of calls it out, and that's sort of a way to make sure to make sure that it gets attention, because it's the first thing people look at. So, but just in response to what you said, Chair Escobar, which what I know is in the minds of some other board members as well.
So I'll just jump in here and also thank you all, and really, Chair Escobar, want to thank you for pushing us to rethink sort of how we have our periodic priority discussions. I was a little uncomfortable with this approach to begin with because I feared that it was going to turn into a bureaucratic document, but it's brief, it's to the point, and I think it really helps us to be disciplined as evidenced by Mr. Bishop's comments. I appreciate Executive Director Sobek, you suggesting that we break this up into 2 discussions because there's a lot here already. So, you know, holding off on the water rights. So it's right on target across the board. And so I just compliments all around. I have just a couple of comments. One is, you know, please keep us disciplined where we want to take something, put it back into a priority or star again. And I concur with the chair about water investment, but I'm kind of either way on actually starring it, because I think some of these, the red stars, not across the board, but the red stars are really, I think, meant to keep us super focused on initiatives, in particular those that we could get across the finish line. Much of what's going on right now with water storage investment is occurring elsewhere. And so, but something about this document and these periodic check-ins, I think, allows us to be nimble. And so we need to be able to elevate when appropriate. And along those lines, I just want to take a look at HABs 2.2.1. Let's see here. No, I lost it. I must have written it down incorrectly. Oh, 2.2.14. There we go. Okay, so this one strikes me as, and I know that I'll have, you know, similar comments when we talk about water rights in terms of water use reporting, drought. You know, if we don't have those starred, that doesn't mean we're not doing anything. I suppose if we really do enter into a drought, we're probably going to have to be nimble and red star these. So my question is there anything that we can do in the short term on HABs so that we are prepared, you know, especially, you know, in periods of low flow? And it also, you know, makes me think of, say, you know, the aquatic weed issue and how those invasive weeds take over the Delta and have an impact on water quality and water supply. And so are there, and not to say that it has to be starred, but are there short-term initiatives that can be elevated in this area?
So we'll look into that. You know, you're totally correct that all the items on here are priorities. The starred ones are the ones that will devote resources from other programs to ensure that they stay on track. I will connect with the program staff on short-term, you know, initiatives and HABs to be more prepared for lower water and warmer temperatures if we're into a drought scenario, and see if there's anything specific that we could add to this to highlight that. I did want to mention another issue that shows the fluid nature of this document. I had proposed to deprioritize the use of natural infrastructure as wetlands and horizontal levees for shoreline protection, because it seemed like nothing was happening with that. And, you know, we should wait and see. Well, yesterday I met with the Ocean Protection Council, and they are kicking off in December prioritizing a guidance on shoreline resistance using natural infrastructure. And so I'm going to propose that we put it back on, not as a starred priority, but as a priority, because it gives us an opportunity to leverage off of the work another agency is doing that will connect with something that we've wanted to do, but didn't really have a hook into a way to move forward. So as you know, we say this changes between the time that we finalized it 2 weeks ago and now where something changed.
Great. And then I had just a couple of other comments on 1.3.1, the winery order. And this is just really me commenting on this because we're all together. I do have some, I really want to compliment the division for their work on this. And I think that we're all in the process of being briefed, but I am concerned that we're going to be under too tight of a time frame. So I know it's starred. I want it to be starred, but I have, you know, once I have my briefing, see the document and it rolls out, I may be possibly requesting for some additional time for response so that we can better understand the economic impact of what we're proposing. So I just really want to not necessarily change this, but use this as an opportunity to make some comments before my colleagues. And then Mr. Bishop, thank you for the good work in response to the conversations that Board Member Dodek and I have had with you on stormwater and economic impact and guidance documents. So the 2.2.2 through 2.2.5, this is really more to benefit the public that may be tuning in. That's kind of a package of work to be done incrementally through time to address some of these issues that we've been talking about as an approach to addressing cost of compliance, specifically looking at how better to gauge and assess economic impact. So thank you for your work in the changes on the document for that. And then my last comment is on forest health 3.4.1. I think that this is absolutely appropriate, and just think that maybe a little wordsmithing to call out coordination and collaboration with the Natural Resources Agency. There is reference in here to coordinated activities, but a lot of this work is being done with our sister agencies, and I think it should be called out. You know, I'm sure over there it's double, triple starred. And so, you know, just noting that. Otherwise, I'm really comfortable with this. Thank you again for your work.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. On the issue of the storage investment program, I appreciate your points. And so I'll pull back my sort of throw out there for starring that item back. It's still there in the priorities, that's fine. And just quick response to Mr. Bishop, I know the website item was there. I was just talking about putting a star next to it. So thank you for making sure it's there though. I know it does reflect well. I know you wouldn't dare take it out. Board Member Dodek.
All right, if I might follow up on the Vice Chair's comments, and thank staff for incorporating all the stormwater cost of compliance issues. We have a question from Mr. Bishop. Could you clarify for me? I think I understand the distinction, but the difference between 2.2.4, which has a star on it, and 2.2.5, which does not. And my question is not why there is not a star, but why couldn't those two things be done conjunctively?
So I'm going to admit that I think I'm looking at a slightly different version. So the 2.2.4 that you're talking about, is that the industrial permit, or because the numbers changed a little, and I'm sorry.
Okay, this is the stormwater cost of compliance cost reporting, develop guidance for standardized cost reporting. And 2.2.5 is guidance for evaluating the cost reporting.
Sure. So we see this as a two-stage process. The first is on guidance. Let me give you a little bit of background. I'm sorry. All municipal stormwater permits are required to collect the cost of the permit in the permit. And so reporting on that. There is no standard reporting requirement today. So the first part is standardizing that reporting so that we gather apples to apples in all of our stormwater permits, and we know what's being reported on and how it's being reported and how it's being calculated. Once we have that information starting to come in, then how are we going to use that in development of the MS4s? And so I see that as a second stage, and that's why it's not starred, because we need to get through the first stage before we can start evaluating how we're going to use that.
So let me push back at you. I don't disagree, but I'm going to play devil's advocate and push back. And that is, when we require someone to report something, shouldn't we know how we're going to be using that?
Well, I think that's a good point. But my feeling was, and this is obviously for you all to decide, was that it was important for us to work with the stakeholders and figure out how that reporting was going to work, what it was going to report on, how they were going to get that data before we made decisions on how we were going to evaluate it for use in the permit. And so they could both be starred, but it would be, in my opinion, premature to move forward on the second phase until we've gotten substantial progress on the first phase. That's all.
I think my only point, Mr. Bishop, is to encourage you as you work on developing the guidance for reporting to be mindful that when we ask people to report, we should be requiring them to report things that we plan on using. And so keeping that in the back of your mind, I know you do, but I just want to emphasize that fact. And I think our stakeholders will be the first to remind you of that as well. And then my second comment, going back to, I think something else the vice chair correctly pointed out, which is the distinction between those that have a red star and those that do not. And while I very much appreciate the addition of the capacity, both internal and external capacity, I think initially my reaction was, well, why isn't that a star? And I think the vice chair correctly points out that not having a star does not mean that it's not a priority, but it's also not something that we're likely to have significant results and wrap up within the next year, because it is going to be an ongoing issue in terms of building capacity internally, but especially externally. So I wanted just to highlight that out. And then my final comment, also in line with something the vice chair pointed out, but on a different subject matter, 2.2.11, which is trash. I appreciate why this does not have a star on it, because it is such a significant issue. But in the interest of being nimble, I guess I would carve out a piece of this as it relates to the issue of homelessness. So to the extent where during the next year, as the issue of homelessness and sanitation and everything associated with that, I have a feeling that's going to keep rising up on our radar screen. Today I've heard from a stakeholder with regards to an issue in the Stockton area, and I know that's happening throughout the state. So I would just alert us to be somewhat nimble on the issue of trash, to the extent where there is an opportunity to be a little bit more proactive in either collaborating with stakeholders, collaborating with locals, collaborating with other state agencies. If we can find a creative way forward to address trash with respect to the issue of homelessness, I would encourage us to keep an eye out for those opportunities. And all that, I'll end there, and thank you to the staff. Again, this started way back when. I too had my doubt about how productive this will be, but looking at this document, it is it's very succinct, and it I think reflects certainly the priorities that I have in mind. So I appreciate all the hard work the staff put into it.
There's been a number of times this past year where I've gone back and referenced this document and really do use it as a tool to help guide my thinking and our thinking throughout the course of the year in terms of what our priorities are and to reflect on this discussion that we're having today. So I do appreciate all the thought and deliberate effort that's been put into this. I do have a few comments, and one is kind of at a high level. We started this conversation today off talking about celebrating what we've accomplished this past year, which is fantastic, and that's exactly what we should do. And I want to kind of find a way to capture that thought, going forward. I looked back at our 2008 to 2012 strategic plan, and it had kind of an annual reporting element to it or something along those lines. And it had a few pieces to that. And one was, items that were accomplished the past year. And another was items that are on hold. And so just, remarking that, I think those types of lists, which I know you have, would be helpful to actually include with this plan, just so we can look back and see what have we done, where have we gone, and what are some of those other good ideas that we would eventually like to see implemented, but maybe certainly don't fall to the level of having a red asterisk and maybe not even on this priority list for the next year, but maybe something a little bit farther down the road. So kind of a placeholder. So just want to throw that out there as an idea, just to capture the parking lot, thoughts that might take, maybe we don't have funding or resources to do, but we'd like to see ultimately. One example would be reviewing ASBS compliance plans and how those are implemented and what that's looking like. I'm not even asking to add this to the list. It's just one of those thoughts that I don't think rises to the plans and policies and permits table and doesn't rise to this, but it's something that I've thought about that I would like to eventually come back to and address. So that's my overarching comment.
Great.
John?
We'll think about how to do that. It's not easy to keep multiple documents up to date, and so we need to figure out how best to reflect that, so that it's like maybe it's a list of items that that are awaiting their turn to become priorities. We somewhat have that in the policies and permits tables. That's really where that idea started, but it's not complete in that way. And we are trying to, we're in the process of taking all of these items that are on here and incorporating them in the policy and permits table, so that on an ongoing basis, the board gets to see every month what changes have happened in any of the priority items. That was a suggestion from last year's discussion. It kind of got derailed by COVID a little bit, but it's back moving forward now. And I expect it to be, once this is finalized in say January or so, that those will all be pulled in so that you'll see on a regular basis. That doesn't deal with the other issue you were talking about, but.
Yeah, I get, yeah, exactly. That will help. I appreciate that. I'm again trying to find this sweet spot between the short-term one-year look ahead and the long-term multi-year vision for the board, and where we want to be heading. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Yeah, and I totally get it. I mean, I have in the back of my head that the board directed us to do 3 phases of wetlands work at some point, and but it isn't been the highest priority for us to move on to the next stage with all the things going on. But we don't want to forget that that's out there.
Yeah, and depending on the outcome of various litigation issues there, we may have a different perspective a year down the road with how to handle that issue. So that's a great example.
No, those are great thoughts, and I think we would. Yeah, so we should think about it. I think they'll take some teasing apart, because there's some things that we want to do, but we haven't gotten funding to do. But or we need legislative authority to do, and it's there's sort of processes to go through for that, and then so yeah, how we step that down and how outward facing that holding list is, I think, is worth chewing over a bit.
Yeah, and to Jonathan's point, you look at, say, the wetlands policy, decadal toxicity, these, there were previous boards before us that said, we're going to pursue the toxicity provisions here. We're going to, do the wetlands definition. And so there are different timelines here amongst all these. And I think for us, it's a recognition that we want to see less decadal efforts and more of these kind of 4 or 5 year projects, definitive projects. And, it's hard. I think it's kind of a mix here to Jonathan's and Eileen's point. I think the policy and the permit table will help us kind of take a step. And I think where Board Member McGuire, you're thinking is more of kind of like a brainstorm kind of parking lot where it's like, okay, well, if we had our druthers and we had the resource for a real significant project, what might those be, and how do we start kind of understanding the opportunities for them, and to provide then, but to really hear from the programs, where are those things, where can we get the most? And it's that discussion between the programs, our colleagues, and ourselves here at the board that kind of make the board work. So
right. And
can I just interject? Can I just interject as a member of a past board? When we set out to direct staff to work on certain things, we never imagined that it will be decade-long projects. We always think it's going to be, 5 years, and then things happen and it rolls out. So just a note of caution there. Just like, when Mr. Wells suggested he only needed 10 minutes and Mr. Bishop jumped in and said, no, we need half an hour. It's the same thing when it comes to policies, plans, and priorities.
Thank you for that. I think it's the maxim you always want to underpromise and overperform as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah, I can pretty much guarantee that we're not going to do any policies in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and maybe we have like lightning policy rounds where you just like kind of knock out decisions. I'm just kidding. Okay, anyway, Sean.
And I mean, and a lot of the items on here are these long-term, visionary sort of initiatives that we've been so successful, they're actually already underway and being implemented now. I mean, you look at SAFER, I mean, that's a 10-year program on its own, and, probably even longer. Sigma, 20 years from now, we'll still be dealing with that. So, I mean, I think we can acknowledge these are long-term efforts here, which are revolutionary, frankly. So, all right, I have a few specific comments if that's okay. So one is on one of mine, which was 1.2.6. I think that's still the number, which is future drinking water regulation prioritization. And that's, basically thinking about changing the way that we look at contaminants of emerging concern, as specifically as it relates to drinking water. And, to date, it's been this kind of onesie, twosie, tackle problems as they come up, and not really maybe thinking about the end result and the capabilities and, in terms of treatment technologies and what's actually achievable here and protective of drinking water challenges. So, this is something I brought up last year, and, it's on the list. I'm not asking for it to be asterisk, but I would like some thought this coming year as to whether it's something we can make some progress on, maybe give some thought to, versus maybe just having it on the list again next year, if that makes sense. So I hope that helps. I know resources are spread thin, but I think as we dive deeper here into PFAS, as I know on the recycled water side, they just reinstituted the DEC stakeholder advisory panel for looking at effects for aquatic ecosystems. And I guess I'm in some way asking for the same thing, but for drinking water. And, as we're going to DPR here and all these different things, I think it'll be worthwhile to have that strategy. Is there anyone here that can speak to that? I don't know if Darren's here or not.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Darren. There you are.
So we are this year going to be able to produce for you a further refinement of the documentation about where we are with the MCLs on a risk comparison basis and what's kind of out there coming your way. So it is something we have been working on in the background. This obviously wasn't a starred priority, but definitely been making progress on it. It's important for all of us. I had not envisioned creating something along the lines of the CEC for environmental contaminants component. I'll have to think about something along that line. There's been suggestions along that line, but we should probably have further discussion about how these typically come to us. They're usually derived straight from US EPA in their UCMR 3 or UCMR process, where they, under the Safe Federal Drinking Water Act, have to test for a minimum of 25 chemicals every year and establish whether there's health basis from them. So many of them have been established from that. What's kind of happened is they don't take them over the finish line, and we do when we move forward with the ones that were found in California. So certainly further discussion on how to go about it is worthy. I think we do need more in this area, communicating about what we are anticipating and what we do see and where our risk levels are established for what we have going. So it's still something we're going on, and you will get a report. Hopefully, should be December. Staff. I checked with staff a month or so ago, and they're still putting it together for a good comparison document.
Okay, appreciate that. My next comment is more about a little bit about organization. And when I looked at the, we talked earlier about 2.2.2 and that group about looking at stormwater cost of compliance. And right now that's in the section called Ensure Surface Water Quality Protects Fish, Wildlife, Recreation, and Other Beneficial Uses. And I think it might be better to move it to, or I might prefer to move it to 3.5, which is use stormwater more fully and effectively as a resource to provide multiple benefits. Because ultimately, I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here. We're looking at cost of compliance, but as a way to leverage the limited resources we do have in the stormwater arena to provide and achieve multiple benefits. So
I think that's a really good suggestion.
Just trying to group them together a little bit more than they are. Right now it's sort of in the middle of a really long list. So
real good spot. Thank you.
Yeah. There was one other one too. If I see it, I'll point it out. Hold on a second. 2.4.2, which is MS4 low impact development, enhanced low impact development requirements. Again, same. I would move that to 3.5. And then on 3.2.4, conservation. So very important. We're making progress with water loss, and a lot of work has been done implementing, making progress with the indoor and outdoor water use regulations. And in fact, a lot of milestones are coming up here this year in 2021. So it's really just a question. It's not currently asterisked, but it's really important, I think, and critical that we meet those statutory deadlines that have been set out. And so my question is, do you think is this an area that falls under let's be nimble and we may need to redirect resources later? Do you think you have it adequately staffed and so there's no real concerns? Anyway, just thoughts as to, in discussion maybe, as to whether this one should be in fact prioritized this year.
So Board Member McGuire, I actually think this is probably one we could asterisk, although I do feel like it's one that we do have right now dedicated staff working on, and it's a priority for us. So I don't think, starting or not, it's really going to have a material effect on what we do. I too am concerned about the deadlines. I think it will be very challenging to get all the work done that needs to get done on time, but that's what we're working toward. And I don't think it's a staffing constraint at this point, because we do have a fairly new unit in Office of Research Planning and Performance focused on conservation that are working hard on this. They're a great group of people working on it, and we're also working quite closely and collaboratively with our partners at Department of Water Resources. It's just a very, challenging topic. And so, meeting the deadlines, of course, will be made challenging because of that.
Okay. Well, if at some point it helps to put an asterisk on there, let's talk about that. Because this is a living document, so we can do that.
Yeah, I like
having
that
it on
idea.
the list was really important, but Chief Deputy Oppenheimer, myself, Chair Escobar, we meet on this, at various levels on a weekly, biweekly, and monthly basis, and also with Director Namath and her senior staff. So we are really giving. I'm not sure we could actually give it higher level attention or move it forward any faster than we're doing. So, I mean, we appreciate the offer, but I actually think this is one that we are writing hard right now.
So let's just recognize that by putting a star next to it, maybe, because I think you're already treating it as a high priority.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I mean, in some regards should reflect the work that we're actually doing and taking on. And when we're, making trade-offs and decisions as to other programs, for example, that might need to be lower priority because of the investments and the prioritization we're putting here. This is taking a lot of your time, Eric, and Director Sobek, your personal, limited hours that you have. So that's just that much less time for you to spend on other activities. So appreciate that. And I might be done, but let me just double check.
And obviously, if you guys have, any of you have additional line edits or suggestions, happy to, you don't have to give them to us now.
Yeah, that's fine. Those were my main comments I wanted to get across while I was here with the other board members as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, board member. Board member Firestone.
Yeah, great, thanks. I think this also just, I thought it was a great iteration on what we've been developing. And so that makes these conversations easy in that there's, I think we're, have a common vision here and we're somewhat just tweaking and talking through particular issues, which is great. Let's see, I just have a couple on this particular of specifics. One is just, I think as you said, Eileen, that on incorporating racial equity throughout, how we can do that in a way that I think, a suggestion is rather than that, whether there's language at the beginning or just incorporating into that bullet some additional sentence recognizing that we'll be incorporating how we can bring a racial equity lens throughout our priority actions that are above or below or within this document, because I think I think the work group and what we're developing is just fabulous. I think the process is really right on for, balancing all of the this really hard work, both internally and externally. And there's going to be a lot of work developed about how, what the resolution says, how we do the work plan. And also, I think in addition to that, as we're saying, these are all our priorities and racial equity is something that we're trying to more deeply integrate into our work. Just not to say that every single one needs to have this added specifically, but just having maybe an additional call out that this applies to, is something we're looking at as a lens through all of these priority actions that we've identified. Some are probably easier than others, and a lot of that will evolve over time. Another thought was, this, when I was looking at, I know it's not realistic to keep adding things, and I also agree this is the point of this is being really just holding ourselves to realistic expectations and strategic priorities. When I was looking at the thematic area of 3 around water resiliency, and particularly 3.1 around increasing resilience of California's water systems functions to climate change, and maybe it goes somewhere else, but I just felt like, the fact that we're spending so much on emergency response with the fires, that we are, recognizing we need to get our ducks in order now with drought preparedness, that, thinking about, do we add something on kind of emergency management resiliency measures? Like I'm thinking particularly, obviously I've been most focused on small rural and highly vulnerable communities on the drinking water side, because they're often like the biggest hit and workload in the fires. Obviously, this is a big priority for drought preparedness. I know there's already a ton on Division of Drinking Water, so there's probably already too much on here to reasonably accomplish as a high priority for Division of Drinking Water, honestly. But I do feel like, figuring out as we're thinking about resiliency to climate change and drought, how we can incorporate that a little bit more explicitly in a realistic way. On trash hotspots that Tam, you talked about, just throwing this out there, and this is not something I think needs to change in this document, but just to share while we're all together, I may be wrong, and I know this is complicated, so this is just throwing this idea out, but I feel like, we all keep coming up against, we have this homelessness crisis in our state. It's getting worse with COVID and the economic impacts, but it was definitely a crisis before that. It seems like both trash and bacteria, so, access to sanitation. So the way that that's integrated into our regulatory programs is with trash hotspots and bacteria kind of hotspots, and just looking at how, we can continue to integrate some of that, where it's not only trash, it's not only bacteria, or access to sanitation, as we think about, focusing how we're developing that work. And then the other just idea to throw out there, which is kind of off in left field, is, it seems like this could be an area that's, we're still trying to figure out our role within the state, that, this administration, this is a huge priority. We know each of the regional boards are doing work on this. And, I think especially when we think about trash, and, to some degree, access to sanitation, just, is there a link, an integration with Cal Recycle as a, Cal EPA, agencies, multiple BDOs that could help us kind of identify our niche more broadly within this work and the administration's priorities on this. So just, I think we did that. We've done that with like digesters. And so that might be a model to consider. One other little thing was just, I like the idea of figuring out how we just are, as we iterate this, incorporating areas that we are prioritizing for regional board support. So each of the regional boards are setting their priorities. And we talked about how some of the, like with wetlands, a lot of that now goes on to the regional boards for implementation. One thing that stood out to me here was just maybe calling out with the Salton Sea one, I think it's 2.4.4. I need to double check that on this document, but the Salton Sea one, just maybe supporting regional board permitting and regulatory actions to support implementation of the SSMP, something like that, to just recognize the you know, that is part of a lot of our purview as in supporting that priority. Yeah, I think those were my specific comments on the document. I would like to just throw out some thoughts on the broader context of how we might think about this moving forward in terms of strategic planning. And as I was looking at this, I sort of recognized that I mean, we've already got so much on here on the theme 4 of strengthening our internal capacity and systems to and so there's a lot on there. And that all takes resources and staff, and that's also an area where often we don't have dedicated staff. I am often reminded by by Eileen, but that we there's limits on what we can do, and we are always bringing that into our work. And I think this is a good example of being kind of strategic and nimble in how we're iterating that over time. I think just a lot of the themes that we've talked about today is this recognition that there's so many areas that recognizing where things live, what the purpose of the documents are, how we're utilizing all of the reporting and priority documents and targets and all these things that the Water Board does. It's like a huge, really impressive and powerful system of setting strategic goals, targets, tracking, being really transparent. And I would love to think about how, over the next year, how we can, and so maybe this fits into something in this document, but just how we might be able to bring that together in a way that acknowledges what we've done and what we're doing, and builds off that to just clarify a more comprehensive, cohesive vision of what we want to achieve over the next 5 years, how we're aligning things around that, how that aligns with the processes that we have at the board, how we're tracking that. I think that it's not a huge lift. Well, everything's a significant lift, but it's not, what I'm suggesting is not let's start a strategic planning process from scratch. I think it's really a matter of, can we look at how we might update and clarify a strategic kind of comprehensive vision that builds off of, to me, we've already done much of the work of, these are the 4 thematic areas. We have very clear goals here. I think if we had even just a pulling that out and recognition of what that is more externally, in addition to internally, that could help. And then what we would do is adopt something like this document each year that has the more specific, so we keep some stability in the big themes and the big goals. And of course that can adapt over time, but that we then are able to fit the kind of annual priorities and actions that are more specific on an annual basis into this kind of work plan. So just, there's sort of a foundation, and then we're developing this more dynamic work plan each year. I think, to me, that the piece that, other than sort of clarifying a lot of how this links to to a lot of the work and sort of that we're already doing in processes and listening sessions that we've done around the water resiliency portfolio. And, I think there's a couple things that would be ideal to be able to add to this, which would be some kind of more concrete goals from an outcomes perspective. So I think all of these goals are, they're a lot. And so just trying to sort of track and follow these is challenging. It's not easy to develop outcome goals. And at what level do you do that? Do you do that on every single, sub goal or what? I think even just for us as a board, if we could think about some outcomes that are more concrete that we're hoping to achieve in the next 5 years, that would kind of help narrow down when we're thinking about like reporting on outcomes, like our discussion around the performance review. It's tough to figure out how to report on outcomes. It's much more straightforward to report on our performance and kind of the outputs that we're able to do. And so maybe if we just came up with a few concrete ones to supplement, the big goals that we have here and the specific goals that we have here, that, we could do that together over the next year or so, and that might then help narrow down some like a reporting or tracking over time. These are, I'm sort of just sharing ideas in part, to actually mostly because we're all together to talk about this now. And I'd love to get feedback from also just other board members on this, in addition to staff. But, I've gotten to talk with staff on this, so I'd really appreciate getting, kind of feedback on this from other board members in particular. And I guess, lastly, the other piece that I think would be ideal as we go through this for next year, and if we do some kind of a little bit more broad kind of alignment process or discussion as a little bit of a more broader kind of comprehensive strategic plan update that this nests within, that I think if we just lifted up what we've already done, what we already have, what this document already encompasses, and then have some kind of like we're doing now, an information item to discuss, ask for, public comment so that there's some public input, and then be able to adopt that at some point after that, where it's not too onerous on staff, but still is, like I said, I know it will be significant work, so don't want to downplay that too much. And I guess, what I would say, if this is something that especially if other board members think is worthwhile doing, I just would offer to support with my time in working through and any other board member that might be able to or interested in just like helping to refine some ideas with staff that then could be brought back to the full board or whatever it is. But I'm just trying to identify how we could support the limited bandwidth that staff have for this kind of stuff and still support the overall goal here that I think would certainly be helpful for me as a board member, and I think could help ground how whether it's this document, how the public understands our strategic vision with in the context of like the resiliency portfolio and all the other board resolutions and policies we've developed. If we can create some kind of clarity around that, I think we could do it, and would love to be helpful in that.
Thank you, board member. I really appreciate the good, thorough comments. A lot to unpack. I will just say I might be a little confused as to maybe what a shift in a product you're looking for. I mean, I understand the point about looking at more at outcomes, being able to set them here at the board level. You know, there is a lot of priority setting around the programs, as you know, Mr. Bishop would speak to, with the regions, with the executive officers in the regions, with the programs around the performance report that we just went through quite a bit. And there is tucked in maybe, yes, I think we had a bit of a discussion around how do we determine some of those conversations and that work at that project into sort of outcomes. So I'm not sure. I appreciate, yeah, the good thought around, you know, what does a further iteration of this document look like? How is that sort of different as to what we're doing now, and what is maybe what we're trying to drive toward? If I can go back to maybe the start of your comments just really quick, when it comes to homelessness on this document, and to board member Dodek's point around trash, I wonder if we can't simply add in some note that there is a potential for emphasis with homelessness issues and the trash policy there, as a way of just at least maybe providing some further guidance, or not guidance, but really putting a point on what could we work on in the next year in this space. We know it continues to be something that bubbles up. I'd be concerned that we don't, I mean, if we have it here for the trash work generally, maybe the capacity is there for the lens of the homelessness challenges that the regions are also facing that are somewhat intertwined. I don't know. I would just offer that up as a way of maybe in this document, you know, not creating a large workload, hopefully, or emphasis on, but just a lens that we can look at that trash item, maybe with some emphasis to homelessness. I don't know how you feel about that, either Director Sobek or Mr. Bishop.
So I was going to come back to that issue, because what struck me is that we are in a environment, I should say, where homelessness is a top priority for our administration, but we're not included in that discussion. And so maybe what we need to do is, instead of trying to invent our approach to addressing homelessness and trash issues, is to insert ourselves into the discussions on where homelessness is going statewide, and make sure that water quality issues like trash and bacteria are being considered in that process, as opposed to us
identifying trash already.
Yeah. And so I don't know the best way, but I think we could wordsmith something in there to emphasize, you know, coordinating with the governor's task force or something like that, and try and make sure that what we're doing is aligned with their expectations and maybe their support for it.
I guess I was going to ask board member Dodek what I thought. I had thought that I heard her say, I wasn't sure that she was actually asking us to add anything, but just kind of pointing out the areas where we have identified a priority, like trash or the bacteria rule, where, you know, just noting that those were areas where we, and right to sanitation, those are areas where we could make sure that we do look at the problems associated with homelessness, and that we, but I didn't know, board member, whether you were asking us to make a specific modification, or you were just pointing out areas where you thought that that would be likely what we were doing.
I was not suggesting an addition, but now that the chair did, I like the idea. What I was suggesting is, because the issue of trash is so large. I mean, and if you look at the issue of trash, because we do have a statewide trash policy, it has a broad focus. And what I was suggesting is, to the extent that we can narrow that focus a little bit, perhaps we might find opportunities to engage where it is more manageable with our limited resources, with the limited bandwidth, either at the state level or at the regional board level. I'm thinking specifically of the Central Valley Regional Water Board, for example. If there's an opportunity for us to support their effort, if we could look at the trash issue through perhaps the lens of homelessness, access to sanitation, perhaps we might be able to find some way to engage. While I agree with what Mr. Bishop said, I am what's the word before? I am mindful that the approach he recommends is very slow. And it really is an approach that we have been applying the last few years with very limited success, in fact, with no success whatsoever. So I don't know how much more proactive we can be in engaging ourselves in this broader homelessness issue. What I was trying to do was actually to narrow it down rather than keeping it so broad.
Thank you, board member.
But I also don't recommend putting a red asterisk next to it, simply because I recognize that there are implications way beyond our mandates, and it is a long-term significant societal issue over which we have a small piece, but we do have that small piece and we are responsible for that small piece. So rightly so, it should be a priority. But it's...
Why don't we take these comments and think about how best...
That works. Yeah, it was...
And then how to synthesize that. I want to think about it a little bit, if we could.
Yes, of course. Thank you, board member, executive director and board member for the engagement on that. The other, sorry, I just want to circle around on another comment board member Firestone made regarding climate change. And, you know, as I read our document here, it does strike me that actually number 3 and 3.1, if we could actually elevate climate change into number 3's title, I think it really does better encompass that direct potable reuse, recycled water policy, conservation, in storage investment programs, Sigma recharge, all, you know, forest health, irrigated lands, healthy soils, how that all, those are all climate change. Those are all climate change projects that we have. We can speak to them more as climate change projects, and even as they present themselves here are, you know, and even, and I hope there's not too much disagreement, 3.6 even lends itself to probably some of the most important climate change work that we can be undertaking as a board. So any disagreement there, just to maybe even further refine this document to board member Firestone's point, elevate the fact that climate change is there, and we are focusing on it, and then it can help then maybe lend to how we iterate and think of further some of this work.
I do think that resilience is basically climate change in our minds. So I mean we
resiliency to climate change, you know,
or both. I mean, because I mean I'm not sure we want to remove the resiliency label, because that is the rubric of the resiliency portfolio, which really everything that's in that for us is, you know, it's resiliency to what? Resiliency to, you know, climate change and parts of climate change, including drought, including increased fire. But I mean, I think we could make that link more explicit. But I think that was part of the thought for using resiliency rather than climate change. But maybe we can look it over with that eye and figure out how to make sure that that's at some level explicit. Maybe that goes in the precatory language. I don't know. Why don't we think about that?
Okay.
Yeah, I think not losing the word resiliency, but adding the word adding the concept of resiliency to climate change or something like that.
In its various manifestations, including drought, fire, you know, increased weather, you know.
Yeah, I think it's kind of helping us better than ensure it stays front of mind, and that we do think of the policies and programs within that frame. Similar to, I think, our discussion on racial equity, where it's, you know, it's not a item because it infuses so much of what we do. And then so back to board member Firestone, your comments then on kind of how we iterate from this document, or what we could think of as sort of discrete projects that kind of move us. You know, I will say, when I read so many of these items, they don't easily already lend themselves to an idea of sort of outcomes that are measurable or things that we are measuring, but some of them do. There, I think the sanitary surveys and the fact that, I mean, we count those. And so there's a widget already there that kind of feeds back to the performance report. And so maybe it's kind of just a rundown through for folks quickly if there is, you know, a tie back to the performance report, or there is a widget, you know, where are those places maybe? I want to make sure that this document continues to remain very useful for us, for the programs, that we don't kind of sort of morph it out into a place where we have other, either the annual performance report, the executive director's report, you know, these are a continuum of ways that we measure them. And so I appreciate the thought. I'm there with you as a partner to think of how we continue to process improve here. I like to think that in my chairmanship and the 4 years on my board, I've tried, you know, my best in that space. Always glad to have additional thoughts from all of us as board members, because I think, you know, we have continued to shift in a really great direction here and have opportunities to continue to connect the dots, if you will, for ourselves and our thinking, but more and greater importance, everyone else in the state, all of our stakeholders and communities that are the basis for all of this work. We don't exist in a vacuum with it. And so I think it is kind of, I heard Mr. Bishop specifically call out the policies and permits table as a way that I think, to Board Member McGuire's comments, kind of connecting you two there, kind of maybe can help kind of figure out, okay, is it there that we're getting, again, more of a discussion around when tracking. I think we can kind of separate the tracking of like how we're making progress on things to how we, you know, maybe find things that are more outcome-based. And again, there, I think the performance report lends itself, and there is already internally this outcomes discussion, and maybe we continue to lean in, if you will, on that and figure out how we create more, you know, kind of connections into this document, knowing that they kind of, it's a dance. And I think it's the same dance that we, all regional boards are doing with their staff as well, as to the way we are able to direct, provide policy direction and thought amongst us in a way that benefits the programs and doesn't start to, you know, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful.
No, and just to clarify, because I totally agree with you, this is something where I feel like it'd be more, it's like hard to just describe clearly in this discussion, and this is something to kind of develop maybe over more in-depth discussions and kind of brainstorming work or iteration work. But to me, I think the outcome that I'm hoping to achieve is some clarity on how all of these, our priorities are aligned with our systems that are already there, and that it sort of clarifies our internal systems alignment with also this external facing, like these are our priorities, and you know we can. So I think, you know, clarifying all these systems you just said, and I think you are really one of the things I just really appreciate is the focus on like systems and internal systems and sort of clarifying and simplifying. And so it's less about this document itself, which I find really helpful in accomplishing its purpose, but more around just some clarifying of our systems, of how this aligns with, you know, whether it's the policies table, and you know, our different tracking systems, you know, reporting systems, and then on a planning level, like just clarifying around how it aligns with things like the water resilience, you know, the administration's priorities around water resiliency portfolio, like thinking about all these. There's not, I guess not that many, but there's resolutions this board has passed around, like, you know, we're working on one for racial equity. I know we've developed ones on open data and different things, and just thinking about how do we just capture the alignment of our priorities with all those systems and without inventing some new process or starting something else. And yeah, again, would love to kind of just iterate on that a little bit. I don't have a specific need to have that resolved right this moment. And I don't think that's realistic. I think it's something we just would need to work through, and would love to get there.
Yeah, let's
Board Member Firestone, if I could, just real quick. Let me test an example and see if this is kind of, if I'm understanding. And so I'm thinking a lot about recycled water, right? We have the recycled water policy. We set aspirational goals for the amount of recycled water we want to achieve statewide. And now we're working on regulations to help support that through direct potable reuse. And we're also implementing measures to require dischargers to report the amount of recycled water that they're producing. So through that, you can kind of show from a policy level all the way through implementation how we're working through that system in that specific area. Is that kind of?
Yeah, and I think that's a really good example of yes, and that's a great example of, you know, we have actually identified outcomes that are ambitious goals, but we actually had, like in that policy, we did identify kind of an outcome goal. In SAFER, we have some outcome goals that are just like high level, you know, ambitious, but hopefully realistic goals. So, you know, can we just pull those out? Also, again, without just in terms of acknowledging what the work we've already done, and then think about, you know, then we can go back to, are there additional ones we haven't set yet, but, you know, we want to do a more deliberate process around, again, just, yeah, that's a great example of just trying to think about how are we being aligning all this work that's been done and that's being done in sort of a clearer manner, and you know, and also thinking about some of like pulling out some of the outcomes discussion and challenge of, it's like always a challenge of how do you know, measure outcomes and track that, as a lot of our discussions have been.
Yeah, I think that is actually a very good example because as we see here in the performance report, you know, recycled water is tracked by type and use. You know, it has, you know, references and to the permits, et cetera, and targets. And so it's, you know, connecting the dots here and there where we can, and knowing that, yeah, there's and what we're fortunate for is that much of this consideration is actually kind of there, and so. But I think it takes time to then say, well, how does that get set up? Where are these opportunities? And I think, yeah, again, I think we're all willing and wanting to make sure that we put in that time to better connect them, those dots. And then so, you know, so that then, again, if and also I'll just flag on the current document, it does list those items that are water resilience portfolio items, and kind of, again, I think we see already there's good work amongst the staff trying to continue to connect those dots, make sure that, you know, if we're referencing something here in our strategic work plan and it is part of the water resiliency portfolio, that it's there, and each one is noted when it is connected. And then again, similarly, as the example shows, there are these buckets of data that, you know, we as board members can make sure that we're connecting, and that we more explicitly just call them out. And so perhaps as a first pass, next year we have already in the performance report where there's a link back to one of the items, just having it there or something. I don't know. I won't. We're not making decisions here. This is our discussion around this, obviously. So just thank you, Executive Director Sobek, for I know your continued responsiveness and changing all and being receptive to these discussions. Vice Chair, others?
No, I just wanted to jump in and say that I didn't estimate very well. I have another meeting that I've set up, so I'm going to go ahead and scoot, but it's a very good discussion, and I'll see you all next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We may be actually kind of drawing to maybe the close of our discussion generally, unless there's any specific items folks wanted to comment on, or please, Executive Director, yeah, any thoughts on what you heard from all of us?
Well, no, I appreciate the feedback, and so we will take the comments that we've gotten so far and incorporate them in a draft that we'll bring back to you when we have the discussion about water rights, and hopefully we'll get very close at that next meeting to closure on this document. And with respect to the discussion that we've just been having about alignment, I guess my suggestion is that we take everything we've heard and that we continue to talk to you all, and sometime mid-year we come back to you with some thoughts, probably starting out coming back to you individually, not necessarily in a about whether we're with some thoughts and some options, and some that we can maybe rank in the super easy stretch categories, about sort of what we could do easily, like we have done the crosswalk with the water resiliency portfolio, and some things that would be a bit more, because I don't want us to invest in the wrong things until we've had some time to talk them through and understand sort of what we are or aren't doing, and what the again, back to some of our previous discussions, what the value of doing it and the cost of doing it would be. So that was just my thought.
Something just occurred to me, and so I wanted to make the suggestion to Director Sobek and see if maybe this could help address Board Member Firestone's, I guess, question or suggestion. We used to, I don't know if we still do it, but we used to do a accomplishments and a year-end report of accomplishments with some discussion of priorities for the following year. And this might be too late for this year, but what I'm thinking is within that, because we don't want to create another process, another document, but within that, if there is a discussion with respect to looking forward to the following year, there could be some inclusion of language description that provide that linkages that Board Member Firestone is talking about. I think anytime we do an annual report and we look back at what we've accomplished and we look forward at what we're going to accomplish the next year, that might be the time for us to include a sort of a, without doing a whole-blown strategic plan, a vision statement of some kind, knowing that we have all these pieces out there. We have, this document, we have, and so providing that sort of a vision, overall vision statement that links everything together, that could be a potential opportunity to have that sort of cohesive document.
That sounds like a great suggestion for us to look at. I think that, I could be wrong because I haven't looked at it recently. I think that the annual accomplishment report was way more just concrete, sort of like taking the list that Mr. Bishop was talking about. Oh, Eric's going to jump in, and kind of elaborating on it. I don't think it was as much of a strategic document, but I could be wrong about that. But
I wasn't suggesting a strategic document, but I know that within that document, there was also a discussion of, a short discussion of what priorities are for the coming year. And many of that came from the regional boards as well. And so what I was suggesting is, along with that, we include some language that provide a look forward in terms of what the visions are for next year, that links all these pieces together. And perhaps, Board Member Firestone and I will certainly, well, depending on when you do it, would certainly offer to assist in terms of whether or not we can just frame that in a way that provides the linkages that she's asking for.
If I can push back maybe slightly, I read this document, and that's what this document is supposed to be. The high level integration of, say, kind of looking forward. We just prioritize the main things we want to make sure we're accomplishing for next year. Again, I want to make sure we are differentiating and or really getting to the heart of what we're looking for as board members further that we're not accomplishing in the work here scoped out. And again, if it's a paragraph, it's a narrative, maybe it is then at the top each year as we adopt this. But I looked at, or I saw when it comes to the headings, the subheadings, those as sort of the way we're trying to capture thematically, our hands around what is, if you look at the performance report or other things, a little hard to really grasp as to, okay, what's the board doing this next year? What are they emphasizing? What are the projects they're going to try to get across the finish line? But that's just what I would say.
And I just wanted to, just in the interest of disclosure, let the board know that we have temporarily suspended the annual accomplishments report due to, essentially due to resource constraints, but also the fact that we didn't feel it was really being consumed or used to a large extent. That doesn't say we're never going to revive it again. We could. It's a pretty, it's a fairly, time-intensive report to produce, both from the state water board and the regional board, because they provide a lot of the content. But it's something we could spin up pretty quickly if there was a desire to get back on track with that. And then, in general, on this whole topic of sort of a more comprehensive strategic planning approach or having better linkages, I mean, I will just put out there that when we started this process with this strategic work plan in the current form it's in now, our intent was to sort of, because our strategic plan is so outdated, it was to sort of bring it back up, but to do it in a very sort of lightweight, efficient way. And I think it actually does a pretty good job at that. Now, what I'm hearing is that there's a desire to have something more comprehensive that shows, how the different pieces fit together, sort of the sum being more, or the whole being more than the sum of the parts, which is understandable. I do think Ms. Sobek's suggestion that we sort of revisit with all of you what that means and getting more clear direction on that is very important, because at this point, personally, and it might be my mental block, but I'm not super clear on exactly what the desire is. And so, we don't want to spend a lot of time doing something that's not helpful. And the other point that I'll just put out there is that I would just ask that you not underestimate the amount of time that this type of work takes. Even the current strategic work plan in the current form that we're bringing you, has taken a fair amount of staff time. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. You give us direction, and certainly we'll do what you ask us to do. But you just please keep in mind that there is a cost. It's fairly time intensive, and it may mean, pulling away from something else to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say the last thing I want this to be is more of a drain on staff time, or not, or without real, more concrete benefits. And I think if it's really, to me, what the work of this document is this, it's a strategic work plan. It absolutely is what it is. And I think huge, I think this accomplishes a huge amount of what, I feel like is helpful both internally and externally. And I think it's just, kind of aligning systems to clarify how all of this fits with all of the other pieces that we've been discussing. And we can talk through concretely what that means, so staff doesn't feel like they're like, are you asking us to create a whole different document, or, doing a bunch of work before it's, there's some more clarity on what makes sense. So I just, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's a really good and critical discussion, and I think I was going to make one more point as I was reading. Ultimately, as Mr. Oppenheimer said, we did have an outcomes document. As we heard today during the performance report, we were starting to create these kind of narratives that are somewhat of that sort of outcomes, at least story-based there, but based off of data, kind of connecting the data in the performance report to the And since we have put a pause on the outcomes report, just to ask you, Board Member Firestone, is it an out, that outcomes report, the accomplishments report rather, that you're kind of, the theme that you're looking for there, is that kind of a summary, or is it still more in the strategic lens here, where it's like priority setting and kind of, just trying to see if that actually is the document that needs to be brought back, that kind of stitches better together, or not.
Yeah, I mean, so I think we've set the priorities. I think that's what we've just been discussing, right? Like, this is a strategic work plan. And so I'm not suggesting a different thing than that. I think just as we're thinking about, so in terms of outcomes, I just think to the extent we already have outcomes that we've identified, like the recycle water policy or safer ones, that fit into these priorities that can be more concrete about what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve for each of at least like the 4 programmatic or thematic areas, lifting those up and being able to just make sure we can track and report out on that. I think there is this way that this is both this internal facing alignment document and it is an outward facing document, whether we like it or not. And so making sure that we can be thoughtful about how we're, how we communicate in a clear way externally, much like what we said with, in terms of different audiences that we're trying to make sure can get useful and information that they need or want to track, and that we can talk about how we're, what the outcomes are looking like to achieve these goals. And then, just a little process thing, it would be good to have some kind of space for public. I mean, I know we have public comment in this item, and so maybe that's good, but allowing for some public comment, just to make sure that we're allowing for input on this as we finalize it or develop it. I mean, it's very much a living document, and I think we're I do think I'm not looking for a different document. Let me just clarify that.
Oh yeah, no, but it's trying to help us all narrow down what is the future iteration of the documents. Again, there are multiple places where we have these touch points and data coming to us. But how do we continue to see the forest for the trees, as they say, and knowing that we have a lot of trees, nice little patch of forest we have here. So just thank you for this discussion back and forth. I think that does help, and I think to my mind, again, it's the performance report, because that's where the widgets are and the tracking and continuing to make those connections, I think, can go a long way to helping with some of this discussion. So thank you for highlighting the board members. And all board members. I know Board Member McGuire as well, and Doduk and others have thematically hit on. So thank you, all of us, for the good discussion. Anything further? Anything we haven't wanted to, more? Thank you, Eileen, and all the staff again for incredible work. I know it's a lot. We ask a lot among all 5 of us. We're very engaged, and just thank you for the patience with us.
That's your job. I did want to just call out James Knockbauer. James has really done a good job of trying to capture all of this, and with help from all of you and all of senior staff. There are a lot of people who've had views about all of this, and he's really helped pull it together and synthesize it and put it in a manageable form, and has tried to help us with version control. So thanks to James and ORPP, because it can be a little gnarly when we have so many of us jumping in from all sides. But yeah, we look forward to another round of briefings, focusing on how we're going to address, not necessarily right now in the next month, not necessarily as I think you have all indicated this last issue, but we'll concentrate on the next month on giving you briefings, or the next couple of weeks on briefings on how we're going to address some of the specific issues discussed today, and then also on water rights. And then we'll have another public discussion in a couple of weeks about water rights, and then trying to finalize the document for this year. And then again, based on this most recent discussion, thinking through the advice that we've gotten and how to synthesize, process, come up with some suggestions or potential paths forward, and we will run those by you, sometime in the course of hopefully before mid-year.
That's reasonable. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes our last item, item number 8, unless any last minute thoughts. Mr. Lawfer, anything I'm missing before we conclude today's board meeting?
No, nothing other than I do want to point out, just for housekeeping purposes, that there will be no closed session today. The only 2 items on closed session were items 2 and 3, which were just if necessary, and the board did not convene in closed session, and the minutes will reflect that.
Thank you for that. And well, thank you everyone for an incredibly productive day, and we'll see you all in 2 weeks. So, or I think it is, yeah, it's right on 2 weeks. Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you everyone. Have a great evening, and this meeting is adjourned. Take care.